Hello. Ooh. Good afternoon. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Oi. Oh my god, fucking when I opened the throwing system today, holy shit. What a fucking virus. It like spammed a bunch of Twitch authentication token windows. That was a thing that was happening quite regularly a while back. So I guess that bug is back. Whether we'll see it
my
fixed.
queen, my goddess, my wife.
Ghost, you're so loud. I do apologize. I have a bit of a headache. Hopefully it'll promptly fuck off, but Ghost was really loud. But I hope you guys doing okay. Halfway through the week. Wow. Halfway through this week. And what a week it has been. Anyway, let me say my hellos and then we can yabber on for a wee bit. Hello, Winter. Congratulations on being voiced. Hello, Ray. Hello, Temmie. Hello, Beaker. Thank you for the like. Hello, Trashcan. Hello, Caps. Hello, Longo. Hello, Matt V. Hello, Rhino. Hello, Succumbio. Hello, Sandwich. Rhino, thank you for the 110 stream streak. Holy shit. Hello, David. Thank you for the 385 stream streak. Thank you very much. Hello, Chris. Hello, Autumn. Autumn, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 52 months, my dear. Thank you very much, beautiful. Hello, Joshy. Hello, Jeff. Thank you. It's okay. I'm sure it'll dissipate there, whatever. Thank you for the lyric gem. Best of luck with your work. The shit you go through so you can play with Autumn and Crows. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. I just wish at this point it just wasn't abandoned and I could probably just go and join the Discord and be like, hey, what's going on? But this just happens so much and it's not as if there's anything I can replace it with at this point. Mix-Up doesn't have that capability yet. Every time it fucking breaks a little more, I'm tempted to just scrap it altogether. The only issue is the call redeem is a redeem. It's an incentive redeem. So I need to figure out a way to incorporate that because that was something that you guys got as an incentive many moons ago, so we'll see. Fucking thank you for the like. I started work on the bathroom. Finally. Oh my fucking god, what a nightmare. It's the worst when you are like, it's time to do renovation. And then you go do renovation, and then you realize when you do in the renovation, actually there's like fucking 10 times more work that I have just uncovered because unfortunately I must do it correctly. I can't just be like the cowboys before me who decided that this was good enough because I will not be able to rest. Which is annoying. Because it turned a job. So originally today I wanted to get like the whole of the window frame done, but that was just not happening because I had to also do around the sink area. And then that took fucking forever. I sanded so much today as well. And had to cut out a bunch of caulk, and it was just the fucking worst. The caulk was so yellow, and now I understand why they painted over it, 'cause it was so fucking yellow and disgusting. So I had to cut off. It was like a good like fucking 3 centimeters thick, because they'd used it to fill like a gap rather than just actually fill it properly, you know? So may have been a crow to you for a minute, but how would I do that without... I mean, maybe I can do like an item scene on VTube Studio. I'll have to think about it. We'll just see. We'll just see what mood I'm in eventually. So it's like any housework that isn't on something you made before. Yeah, there's a lot of work for me to do, so I'm gonna try and keep it so that I do only like... I was saying originally 2 to 3 hours, but I might put it down to 1 to 2 hours work on renovation so I can still do my working out, my exercise and whatnot. I need to go see a doctor if it was yellow. Hello, Anon. Welcome in. How's it going? I think my little sister had done this once. But yeah, so there is that. I probably, despite wearing a mask, have like a metric fuck ton of dust that I have inhaled. But I managed to get it all out. Got all the paint away, got all the caulk away. I just, I needed to order some more sandpaper, because I have I have a sander, like a little machine that's shaped like a triangle. Honestly, I hate using it because it's loud and the loud noise fucking scares me, and I'm also scared that it's gonna catch on something, go out of control, and kill me. But the sandpaper you have for that is very specific to that machine. It's triangle shaped, it's got a bunch of holes in it and stuff. So I need to actually get some proper sheets of sand, which I have ordered some proper sheets of sandpaper. Because there are places where that will not reach. My sister was yellow on birth. My sister was decided to wear her umbilical cord as a necklace when she was being born. The liver is ill. The liver ain't feeling so great today. So, like the same. Yeah, my mom lost a lot of blood. My little sister was choking herself. What a fucking mess. So to recap, I killed my mother and was born dead. And then my little sister strangled herself and decided to take all of my mom's blood. And even after both of those experiences, my mom decided to have my little brother. Fortunately, my little brother was just basically a big pain in the ass. Nothing particularly life-threatening, just coming out upside down, back to front. Holding her hostage up to the point where they were gonna go to the theater for a C-section, and then he was like, you know what, now's my time to shine. Little Norman then. Baby horror stories. And we all three of us, like, I don't know, mom gave us some pretty weird genes because all three of us had big problems when we were younger. I had the Kawasaki's disease. My little sister actually had meningitis, so that was scary. My little brother didn't have anything, he just electrocuted himself. Under the fault of my big brother, because my big brother brought in, like, well, he didn't bring it in, I think it was in the garden that we were, because like, we used to fucking go out and eat dirt and mess around in the bankings and stuff like that. And he brought like it was like a plug that obviously the wire had been cut. It was just a plug with a little bit of wire, and apparently my younger brother got a hold of that and plugged it in and electrocuted himself. So yeah, we've got a knack for getting into trouble. Your mom is a badass. A badass or a fool, I don't know. So yeah. Now my older brother has kids of his own. My little sister had a kid. So they can deal with the pain of what it's like to deal with children too now. She survived some crazy stuff as badass, I suppose. I tried to connect ripped electrical wire when it's connected to the outlet. Honestly, we're just thankful that the circuit breaker kicked in. If there's one thing that makes a lot of British people proud, it's our plug sockets and the whole system in place with that. Very cool pieces of equipment that we have. We have the best plug sockets ever. And I'm not hearing anyone, like, I don't want anyone being like, Hello, Rory, how's it going? Do I have any fucked up stories? Yeah, I don't know, they don't really talk to me. My little sister does, actually, that's a lie. My little sister, does make an effort to reach out, which is really sweet. She sent me a video of my wee niece playing with the plush I got her for Christmas. It was so cute. My brother, my older brother, he doesn't really stay that much in contact, but when I went down at Christmas, his children were hanging all over me. The youngest, in particular, took a liking to me. For sure, Rikers is better. No. You can't rage bait me like that. Children loves hell. I'm okay with being an aunt. I don't know how, honestly, thinking about it, like, I don't know how my aunt did that, like, the responsibility of having a couple of kids and looking after them. I couldn't be dealing with that. The pure fear of my brother going, hey, take the kids for a day, take them. I just fucking can't. I'd be freaking out. Really said I've already established if for whatever fucking godforsaken reason I am plagued with a child, or a child is plagued with me, I'd totally be a helicopter parent. The only thing is like, the reason why that is because at the end of the day you can just give them back and be like, okay, had my fun now. A what? A helicopter parent. Helen pregnant is yours? Oh no. I still have so many pregnant people to draw. So many people to make pregnant. I was working on like the wee base for that so I could do it faster on stream maybe. Yes. Well, it's not necessarily doesn't let them be them. It's just very, I want to say in my personal kind of thing would be it's kind of overbearing, I guess, but it's overprotective is probably the term that best suits my description of helicopter parent. Because they're always, the idea is they're always hovering over you and checking over you and shit like that. But it does get to the point where it can be quite toxic. Imagine your kid wants to go do a sport and then you tell them no, they can't do the sport because they might get hurt. So, yeah. Yeah, it depends on the, because I would say it's a bit of a spectrum thing, you know? How helicopter you can be. I had no desire to be that bad, but I'd totally be very fussy. That's for sure. I'm yawning a lot, I'm sorry. Super tired. It's been a busy week so far. Helicopter parent stereotype is more would let the kid do the sport and was stupid if anything happened. Well, it's as I said, there's probably a big spectrum to it. Because I imagine the more hyperbolic example would be, no, you can't do this because it will potentially, you know, you might get hit or something like that, you know? Jesus Christ. Guys, I haven't opened Recoin since last stream. I don't know if I have it in me to open it up and fucking continue doing what I was doing. Do it? I don't know if I can. It's actually so daunting. And I saw the screenshot. Oh no, what do you do? It would be fine if it was automated, but I have to manually click all of the coins out of the thing. Otherwise, it will not, you know, the run probably wouldn't survive. It's just so monotonous. Ugh. Recording is so nice and fun. It's so stressful. My brain leaking from my ears. If I could drop the clip coins, it would be fine. Yeah, if there was like a automation, like a thing you could have in your clip where it would auto do the coins, then that would be nice. Like the special coins. Brain ear? Do you mean ear brain? Brain goo. I need to see if I can get a shirt like this made. I like Mordekaiser. Oh, shit. You never knew. Someone didn't read my FAQ. Although expecting anyone to read in the Twitch space is kind of crazy of me. Are you an eagle VTuber? Are you an owl VTuber? Are you a wolf dragon VTuber? Like, I know the crow is spelled with a K, but it's in the title. Please. I understand maybe some people are just trying to elicit conversation or whatever, but it's not. I don't think I used illicit in the right is a right term there, but it just makes me think that you can't take 2 seconds to read in about me. Did you guys see the sign language that they were doing on some of the movies? The like I think it was like American Sign Language versions. It looks crazy. I think the examples I saw were from Encanto. What are you talking about? Is distracted by a bus, but I'm totally guilty of asking questions for the purpose of making conversation. This is not the worst thing, as I said. I understand, but it's just obviously depends on the questions. For example, going into any Kimono Mimi VTuber or furry VTuber stream, and instead of taking 2 seconds to read an about me, or maybe even look in the title, just here and going, are you a wolf dragon VTuber or whatever? You know what I mean? It's just, come on. So group nap time, I think. Dude, I don't know what it is, but around like stream time and me always being fucking sleepy, but it's really annoying. My circadian rhythm is trolling me. Can be a really tough judgment to make when you're new to an area, what questions are annoying or not. I don't think it depends on the area. I think it's very... Well, I suppose I shouldn't say it's very obvious, because to some people who might be neurodivergent, it's obviously, you know, not as obvious, but you go to a stream and you just think for 2 seconds, I wonder what kind of VTuber this person is. That's probably gonna be information that is displayed in there about me. Maybe I should check there. You know, if none of it is there, then go ahead, but things like questions that can be answered by taking 2 seconds to look at like a Twitch about me section is not the kind of, you know, it's a very good place to kind of start weeding out your questions if any of you guys were looking for advice. Not that many streamers, to be fair, do have FAQ sections. I feel like most streamers, they make their FAQ sections when they're making up their About Me before they've either started streaming or debuting, so the FAQs aren't actually really FAQs. But like, if it's a bit of information that you're probably going to be able to get from either stream title, pinned message, About Me section, you know, I reckon that those are questions you're probably better off avoiding. Are you riled up again with my little junk? What? What is riled up? Do I sound angry? I thought I just sounded like hell. Okay, how's it going? To be fair, I could just be being a bit of a dickhead about it, really. You know, there's probably not that deep about asking a question that's, you know, already been answered, but you would have to think about the people, how long they've been streaming and whatnot, you know, like if you have at least 3 people per stream coming up to you and asking you a question that is answered very clearly elsewhere on the stream, you can't help but be a bit annoyed at it, probably, right? I don't think it's ever reached that point for me, but the most I get repetitiveness wise is the whole, wait, you're this, as in you're Scottish or you're English or you're British, and I'm just like, I actually don't know what the tags are anymore. I can't remember what I put as my tags, but I'm just like looking at it like, hello Sasa, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, how's it going? And Midnight Chaos Kitsune, thank you so much for the follow, welcome to the Moira. Hope you enjoy your stay. Students about bartending? Ooh, are you teaching people? It's just sometimes people will come in here with patter and I think it's completely shite, and I will be like, you know, hey, you know, this is kind of old, maybe don't do that because it's just boring and not funny and taking up space. And then it's the people that keep doing it afterwards that piss me off. So, teaching and offering insight? Let's go. I reckon you're probably like a really good teacher, clarinets. But do remember about all that I'm saying, I am a bit more on the assholey side when it comes to patience and displaying patience to people. Especially if I feel like I'm just being mocked for the sake of being mocked rather than actual genuine curiosity or whatnot. It just triggers my cynicalism, you know? You try your best, it's all we can ever ask for. There's probably a bunch of people out there that will happily accept these questions again and again and again, but for me, it just gets to a point. Or these, like, jabs or whatever, but for me, it just gets to a point where I'm just like, okay, I've heard this before. It's actually not funny. It's just annoying. It's why you guys only get one league quit per stream, because if I had to deal with that all the time from every single person coming in here, fucking 7 consecutive comments, you're playing this game? I can't. Like, actually, you know, I need you guys to say something funny if you're gonna say something funny. Not say something unfunny and just boring, you know? If anything, you guys should thank me for helping you, because I'm just trying to make you guys funnier. Shit. Your banter good enough? Your banter is kind of a certain personality core, so I don't know if I can judge it solely calling your banter, if that makes sense. I tried to be as ambiguous as possible in my comments. Not that I think there's anything wrong with that, because I am the exact same most of the time off stream. I turn into someone else's personality, you know what I mean? I turn into Twitch viewer TM. Oh, Jared, how's it going? Speaking of said personality, I really want to play Tomodachi Life. But I don't want to get a Switch too. Don't even want to entertain the idea of funding one either, so please don't type throne. It's on Switch 1? Wait, it is? What's the performance like? Because bear in mind, my Switch can't even run Sky at 30 FPS. So, best of luck with your homework discussion. It's not the hardest game to run. Sky is a mobile game. Sky is also not the hardest game to run. You can't use that as an like a legitimate piece of comparison for the original Switch. Because as I said, Sky is a mobile game and it runs like fucking doggy doo-doo. It's one thing not being able to run it at 60 FPS, it's another not being able to hit 30. It's crazy. Pisses me off so much. Ready to play it without much issue. He got his on launch. I wasn't aware it was on Switch 1. I don't know why maybe because I just thought everything else was. This guy's a shite port in their own engine. When you think Tomodachi Life wouldn't be a shite port either. Look, you cannot blame me for being cynical about Nintendo, okay? Especially with how hard they want to sell the second Switch. Maybe we can play it then. The only problem is oh, well, no, it's not really that much of a problem. I need to figure out how I need to plug in my capture card and where I'm plugging it in to. Oh, that might be a big pain in the ass. You need to switch all the sound to streaming PC? No. I don't think I will. I don't think I'll have to switch any sound things. I just have to re-plug my capture card in somewhere. Why would I have to switch my sound things? My mic and stuff is not coming through the capture card. That's just voice meter. When I draw something, you're gonna have to undock it, then there's nothing to see. Oh, yeah, that too. I thought it would be really funny if I got to play the Tomodachi life and I got to make like a bunch of like my friends and shit. I don't know about viewers. I thought about it and I was like, it'd be really weird if like, you know, something happens between the viewers and my friends and then things get a bit parasocial, and I didn't like that idea, but put me in your island. I don't even know if I'm gonna get it yet. Handcam set up for drawing. I do have a camera I bookmarked specifically for handcam stuff that will hopefully alleviate the immense pressure that I put on my monitor with my current setup. My friend's playing our Switch. I can ask her where she got the card. I don't know. I was watching a certain somebody play it. In fact, two somebodies playing it, and they made me want to play it. Technically, three somebodies actually. No. We'll see. Maybe it's something we can do. You know, it's a marvel that they haven't added any sort of dedicated streaming compatibilities with the later gen consoles, considering how much, you know, streaming is a part of like day-to-day stuff now. Maybe I can get good boy lasagna. You can stream straight from the consoles as shit, but you can? What, you can? What, for a Switch? I mean, I know for like PlayStation and Xbox there's probably some fucking shite in place, but for the Switch? For a Nintendo console? Have they been that considerate? I'm learning a lot today. Switch to the thing with our new C button. I don't want to switch to. I really don't. If I'm getting a handheld console, it's gonna be a Steam Deck, I've decided. I'm not. The original Switch just broke my heart, okay? So... Goodbye, lasagna. Guys, I might go get an iron brew. I think I need a little bit of caffeine. The fucking 0.0001 caffeine in the iron brew extra, but... the carbonated drink wakes me up. Do it? I mean, brew it? Okay. +1. Not +2, but +1 on that one. I'm not combining it with Mountain Dew. Noise Carnets! Thank you so much for stopping by. Take care. Best of luck with your teaching. Hey now, come on down. Look at them all dressed in white. Down last night. Alright, I'm gonna go get my iron brew. One sec. Ghost looking so comfy behind me. Oh, just mine. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, dear. Hello, Lion Brew. Right. I don't know what we're gonna do today. Maybe we do take a look at our, recording. We can have a wee look as a little treat. We're the missionary man. Missionary man. Or we could, oh, I don't know if I'm actually awake enough to do Ratline. Sticker. I just got an achievement on. I fucking logged on recording. I just got an achievement. An achievement. Oh, we need to put our nostalgia playlist on for recording. There we go. Perfect. Well, let's see. Wait. Can I not go back to my... Wait. How do I... Okay, okay. I was gonna say I was panicking then. I was panicking! Alright. Okay. Am I looking for anything in particular? I have no idea. I don't know. Fuck it. Oh my fucking lord. Jesus wept. I don't have the fucking... What just fucking happened? I need more of the red coins. Oh my lord. Fucking Lord help me. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't keep up. I really, really can't keep up. Let me out! I can't click on the shop! Holy shit. Oh. I predict enough. Like, thank you for the 50 stream streak, Normanton. Thank you, thank you. Positive affirmation, I was gonna say I'm a good gambler. I don't even know about that. I did a really good job today. I was super productive. Caps, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Thank you very much. Oh wait, I have the bad coins. I keep forgetting about those. Oh, CJ, how's it going? How's Gamba? I'm doing my best. How you doing? Good and chilling? I'm okay, just a bit tired. This is what you guys wanted, to witness whatever the fuck this is. I'm not getting any of like the return prizes. It kinda sucks. I accidentally threw that coin out, but that's okay. It happens. Oh, there we go. Coin. Recoin asthma. Ben, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. It's getting longer. Loading inventory. I don't know if you had this problem as well. Your whole game lags now, yeah. This is crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean the FPS isn't so bad, but the transition, the time it takes to transition is very scary. The score rate has a cap? Wait, what do you mean a cap? Oh, you mean this? Is that what your runs are primarily built on? Hmm. I might see if I can just get to round 200. We'll see. As I said, I wish I could disable the prize machine completely. That would be nice. $600. Oh, holy shit. That's crazy. That's not good. Get that out of here. Disabling stickers, they fuck you over. I don't even know what the stickers do. I unlocked them on this run and I've not been paying attention to them. Hello, Lychee, how's it going? Oh. Hello, Ginger, how you doing? Oh my god, just get me. I can't. It's taking so long to get to the round, to the shop. Yeah, lots of shiny. Okay. It takes fucking forever, bro. Am I gonna have the patience to reach fucking level 200? It's crazy how rare the scale ones are, considering I've not gotten another one despite this one I've, other than that one I bought in the shop. Crazy. Guys, the iron brew isn't working. I might be fucking cooked. What the fuck is wrong with me? Holy shit. Thank you for the self-care check, Art. How's it going? Okay, let's get some coffee. No, coffee's gonna make me shake like a fucking chihuahua. Oh dear. Renovation's not for the weak, dude. Especially if you are not, a tradie or whatever. Which I'm not. We're going for the work phone, right? Discord, Twitch, and Uma Musume? Holy shit. There are some priorities there. Huh? just see my hours of brain rot and me failing a Uma training? I thought you were like really lucky on that game. Did your luck run out? I can't be bothered with the coins in the clip now. I'm just gonna... Oh, Christian, how's it going? Bored and never got it back? Ah, fucking sucks. This is taking forever, holy shit. Guys, we might have to move on to something a little more stimulating than this. Oh, Daniel, how's it going? Mayhem? Yeah, I'd probably play some Mayhem. I'm okay, just tired. Whoa. You get a banner and Arca will go insane. I'm already insane. Getting here at 200 is gonna take me fucking forever. I wonder if there's a workshop support for a coin. Nothing in my heart, reaching the fever pitch and swinging me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and only I should bear. See how I see every piece of me. There's a fire shining in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and swinging me out the dark. The stars of your love remind me of us, to keep me thinking that we almost had it all. Leave me breathless, I can't help thinking. Oh, rolling in the deep. Now my heart is inside your head, and you played it to the beat. Oi! Oi! Hello, Drew. How's it going? You know what I need? I need a homework folder. I spelled homework wrong. Perfect. Well, we need to put something in there. So there we go. That doesn't look like I'm laughing. Oh, it still looks like still looks like I'm LARPing. There's nothing in. Oh well. Whatever. On inside your head. Ah, rolling in the deep. We're playing with YouTube and He-Man. Zerath. And you played it. You have Guardian of Sands. Me too for the longest time. So that's a Debonair skin. Oh, I've had it all. Could have had it all. Ocean Soul Gold. That's fine. I would have rather Perseverance, but that's fine. I mean, this skin is not bad at all. Look at his legs. His little leggy legs. Why does he look like he's...
For centuries, but I've still got it. I've waited a millennium for this. Nobody puts ceremonies on rhythm for echo. With a finish, now has I've waited a millennium for this. For centuries, I've still got it.
Do, push pineapple, shake the tree. I do, push pineapple, shake the tree. Let me play this game again. Looks like... I do. Boom. Ah. Nice chaos. Alright, Ziggs, calm your fucking tits. Ah, oh. Charging my E! My Q, actually. I wasn't charging my E. That's not what I was charging. Good job, team. Oh my god. I just... I just fucking took like 8 power shots. Melody. I'm already feeling much more awake. Me when gambling got so easy that it's putting me to sleep. Okay, Grey Screen Simulator instead. Oh, it didn't kill her. Hello, Jigs. How's it going? Ooh. 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 I love Dark Harvest. Be my bad boy, be my man, be my weekend lover, but don't be my friend. Fighting people at work? Oh no. Are you winning? Who am I I'm fucking throwing my abilities at the enemy Shaco. That's... No! Leave me alone! How's League? It's okay. Oh. Fantastic. A girl could be strong. She's so cracked. That wasn't a... Look, as much as I like to be a little vain sometimes, especially in League of Legends, that wasn't an I was cracked moment. That was fucking Zed decided to play his keyboard like a guitar and hope for the best, and unfortunately it did not work. You didn't need to flash, bro. You know what? I'm gonna be extra fucking silly and get lasagna's second item. We praise you. Like, I can't accept praise for the misplay of others. Whoa, on in a bad romance. I think we keep this playlist on for League, honestly. It's such a mood. Is that a fucking legendary skin? What the fuck? What's your romance? Roma, gaga, ooh la la, what's your romance? Oh, why you disease? Guys, why are we not attacking the tower anymore? I moved my Q a bit too quick. Ow! He hurts. We gamba? We're gambling. Honestly, it's not the worst, but it's really, 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 really not the best. You learn your revenge, you and me can write a bad romance. Whoa. You and me. Oh wait, my Dark Harvest. Whoa. Got in a bad romance. Ra ra Roma Roma ga ga ooh la la. Oh, I got Mountain, Infernal, and oh, I'm gonna hurt if I hit an ability. Oh, and I have High Roller now because I went Gambler. Did I get any anvils? Oh, there's one over there. Server spectating. Hey. When I want your revenge, you and me can run a bad romance. I want your revenge, you and me can run a bad romance. This guy Goliath? No, he's got devil on your shoulder. Please, your heal saved him! That's so stupid. The fucking numbers on laser heal is crazy. Ra ra Rama Rama ga ga Wicked, I'm a free bitch, baby. I want your love, I don't want your revenge. I hit one. I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. Watch our romance. Now the Zerath is spectating. GG reports Zerath. You and me can run a bad romance. I got 3 anvils. Why do you have a fuck off shield? Do you have a big brain or something? You do. Freak. What's over romance? There's an anvil. I want the anvil. Oh. What are these? Dropkick, final form, devil in your shoulder. Cruelty, ultimate revolution, ultimate awakening. Sure, why not? I'm still in love with you. I need a miracle. I wanna be your girl. Give me a chance to see that you were made for me. Okay. Ew. Timo. It happened to me. More anvil. Oh, the Sivir W. Oh, no. Woo!
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
1200 health is not bad.
But I shall remain.
Oh, it's just unfortunate, isn't it? Please. I got 2,300. He did 5k damage. I have fucking... That's 1,500 more health than I have. I'm still in love with you.
Has been slain.
I need a miracle. I wanna be your girl. Give me a chance to see that you were made for me. Look at all the anvils I need to pick up. There's 1. There's 2. 3? No. No 3. I need a miracle. Please let me be. What do you see? You know, I haven't actually used my fucking ultimate revolution either. Probably should, shouldn't I?
Nice try.
Potions are only distractions.
Has been slain.
I am beyond you.
That guy's really scary. That is so stupid. Everyone does so much damage. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ee ooh This fucking Lysandra. Report for negative gaming. Oh, the blade walls. Bum 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 bum. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Gave me this advice. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ding dang walla bing bang. I'm so fucked. Please.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Bye
An
bye
enemy has been
bye.
slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Bum bum badum bum bum bum. Ooh ee ooh Ooh ee ooh Ooh ee ooh Ooh ee ooh
Aced.
I'm slowly becoming ascended. Teehee.
Has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
I stand at the brink of infinity.
Let's Sandra's a wee bit. He's a bit angry. Get the little pea. I have hats. I mean, theoretically, if we left him to do so, Zed would just die. Once we get his minutes, down super helix come ready to drop bomb. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote now. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. Everybody's searching now. He won't have it, he won't.
You cannot fathom what I
It's 1800. Lose yourself in the music the moment you want. Here we go. No, he's coming for me! Do we lose here? What was a selection? Oh, I think we do lose. Unlucky.
A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Check damage. I don't want to look at damage. Hi, Ghost. What are you doing there? Put this over here. There you go. Failure's not. This trailer's got to go. Ugh. Oh. I be the censor.
You and me, we got this.
Say less. Use it the moment you own it. Better never let it go. No, no, no. I won't play Annie. Fuck that. Noob is 69. Noob is certainly a...
Survival must be hard fought.
Oh, these are all good. Shinata is good, because if I can get Divine Intervention, then we will just go heal. We'll soon see you smiling. I know that I love you. Oh baby, why don't you? Of course I fucking hop on the one guy that is like fucking AFK.
Who's ready to risk our lives, defeat our foes? Scout Journal update. Get ready to face the mighty understand.
Make a wish. See if the stars answer. I'll wait.
Oh baby, why don't you see? What is this Timo skin? Timo is a raccoon. Raccoon.
Your threats mean nothing. I am beyond your call.
And I'm waiting for you to come. I wanna be a part of you. And every day. I ain't getting off. I'm getting off. What the fuck? Yeah, I meant to do that. I accidentally bought health pots. Night Stalker.
We're killing buddies. I have the best game in the spirit realm.
Playing with starfire. Like the stars shine on days after they're gone.
I shouldn't have picked Yumi. I'm feeling tired again now. He's cheating. Oh, he doesn't have cheating. It was bait. I love the music. Let's get out on the floor. I like to move the floor. Give me some more.
Another win. Slice like a pop.
Stop the speed, it's killing me. Hey, teach me the music to play on the ground. I was close. I'm infected by the sounds. Everybody in the club. System overload.
Now you're ready to prowl.
Maybe I just tab back into Recoin while I'm playing Yumi. Cause it's going in. It's like an overdose. I'm infected by the sound. That the speed is killing me. Everybody in the club. Okay. Holy tea mushroom.
An enemy has been slain.
Do you want me to bury that?
Riveting. Everybody in the club.
Those puff caps sure are something.
This
Now you're ready to prowl.
Whoa. Na. Nah. I realize where I'm supposed to be. I'm trying to believe every word in your sweet story. Yeah, it's not bad.
Now you're ready to prowl.
Can't help myself, I keep playing with fire.
Slain an enemy.
Can I cleanse? No, because I think it's suppression.
Slain.
I think Vi's ult the suppression, right?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah. That's fine. Who's gonna save you? Feel beautiful when the truth comes out. Try to say anything. You're making a fool out of me. Yes, you did it. Ooh. You know what? Fair enough, I think. I can't help myself, I keep playing with fire. I suppose, I was gonna say Graves is the only one that can take advantage of my fucking on-hit thing, but I suppose I could stick around on Teemo as well. If I reach you. Money. 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 I hovered every last fucking coin up. There is no need for me to do that. The crow rain took over. Yes, you did. Is it transmuted or are we getting a pris? Oh, it is transmuted. Oh shit. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah. Everybody, come take my hand. Off of this paper before I land. Would you would take this thing out these words before I say them? Cause when you am, and let you stop me from causing mayhem. When I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. I give a damn what you think. I'm doing this for me. So fuck the world, feed the beans, it's gotta stop. If it thinks it's stopping me, I'ma be where I set out to be. Without a doubt, undoubtedly. And those who look down on me, I'm tearing down that balcony. Still shitting whether he's on sourly, paid hourly. Do they both have chili?
We did it!
Whichever comes first, well, better or worse. We're fucking for Christmas. His gift is a cuss.
I have the best game in the spirit realm.
To take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand. Let this world together through the storm. Whatever weather, cold or warm. Sad to know that you're not alone. Holla if you feel like you've been down the same road. And cut the crap. I shouldn't have to rhyme these words in a rhythm for you to know it's a rap. Hello, Galandir. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. How's it going? I never let you down again. I'm back. I never. I fucked that one up. Let's be honest. Unless I go back to that now. With that cow, because I ain't playing no game. I don't know how. I figured this crap out. Thought I had it mapped out, but I guess I didn't. Like, that's the fellas. What the fuck? Why do I have. Okay. Oh no, it wasn't. No. No. We could go this. I'll go this, I guess. Well, I just got that. Glad to see that that bug is still in the game. I don't have cheating though. I thought it was a cheating thing. I guess not. Thought it was a. Oh well. Playing Girls Frontline 2, trying to finish up event story. The event ends in like 2 hours. You seem to cycle a lot of these games that have events in them, right? Admittedly, I probably did it subliminally for you, so I could come back abandoning me. You have seen me through. Believe me, you. Huh? I think I got a tear in my eye. I feel like the king of bees with no stingers and drop dead. I remember when this came out, everyone was losing their minds. Oh. Oh. Oh, you might be dead. The way I feel, I'm strong enough to go to the fire. Dude, fuck the Zigs, look at all the money! Hello, Jaffy, how's it going? Are you sure it's the right lane for you to be in right now? I'm just a hitchhiker. The money!
I thought we were playing. Are you dead? I am totally doing this!
Yeah. Oh no! No, 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 no! Oh. Thank you.
We're killing them!
Over them, all these beautiful girls.
Prowl.
I'm suicidal, suicidal, and say it's over. crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. Why it'll never work. Suicidal, when you say it's kill. Oh, they surrendered. See each other. Good for me. Hello, Viper. How's it going? I got an honor. Driving me crazy. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Them all these beautiful girls. What is this?
My heart and sword, always for democracy.
What is this? Is this that Azir meme? Oh boy, Annie. Oh, why do I have? Why does he look like that? When did they change that skin? The messy voice. God, so many skins.
Once a vandal,
Oh,
always a bandit.
guys, say less. I'm sorry in advance. This guy also has like 7 million skins, damn. Sorry in advance. Suicidal, suicidal, then they say it's over. Damn all these beautiful girls. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal, suicidal.
Lovely as always.
Five, 6, 7, 8. Driving me crazy, my obsession for the Western. My rodeo Romeo.
Hope to see you again soon.
5, 6, 7, 8. What do you build in the sky? Oh my keyboard needs charging. Driving me crazy, my obsession for the Western. What the fuck?
Minions have spawned.
5, 6, 7, 8. Give it a subcatch check, Drew. Guys, what ability does what again? Why have I taken damage? I've played Yone once before, so this is going to be an experience.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Shut down.
Keep an eye out for any mysteries.
Ally here. Slain.
I'm eating shit.
They always resist redemption.
Well,
Dominoes!
Has been
Did I build a Bork? Build this. Damage? Okay, I can't build Yuntal, it's fine.
About these two spirit blossoms? I smell
And Ezreal is victorious!
5, 6, 7, 8.
Forgotten those existed.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Real Slim Shady, please stand up. I repeat, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? We're gonna have a problem here.
Not enough to stop me.
If things get too scary, my shop is always
Ow.
open.
Punch, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 2 months. Thank you, thank you. How's it going?
It's the spark to get the past. It only clouds the future. Cast out.
At least sunny and warm. I don't like the sunny and warm, but glad you're enjoying it.
Everyone pays. Zakana starves.
No. 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 Rain enjoyer? Yeah, I like rain. I like overcast. Say less.
So much about Ionia I wish to learn. Do you have
I'll finish this before I get it though. But the hubris sucks. I don't care. I need. I do no damage. That's crazy. Don't worry, I'm gonna get Pandora's box actually, and then I'm gonna have to sell my hubris. No, the real Slim Shady. Rain for the first time months the other day was very pog. We've had nothing but rain up until recently. It's been quite sunny recently. See, unlike when Goat gets fucking Yone, I don't get scoped weapons, scopious weapons. I don't get that. I wouldn't be that lucky. Was there any point in me going to upgrade Hubris? I don't think I'm going to get any stacks. I'd actually damage people and have them die soon enough. My ult is still 114 seconds. I'm Slim Shady, I'm the real Shady. All the other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So what's the real Slim Shady? Oh, night night. Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. I couldn't eat! Oh well. I sent them a warning, you know? And my team carry. Like sometimes you just get to play a little Yone for fun.
Marvel at that!
It's a little personal.
An enemy has been slain.
Needing specific roles to be viable sounds like bad champ design.
Double kill.
Well, no, it's more like just in this game mode, you know. You know, if the enemies get like fucking, you know, 7 snowball augments and you get whatever this dog shit is. It's kind of... And there's more 1v1 chat. No, Yone is really good in the hands of someone that can play him. I played him once before. I picked him because I felt like being silly, and the rest of the options weren't particularly enticing. JK, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Aisha stayed for level 11. See, an actual decent Yone player would have gotten a... Oh, Blown Force is actually really good. Would have gotten a fucking pentakill there. I've nearly hit my power spike though.
Share the message with your friends.
I really want to pent it. I just got fucking 2-shot. Brad plays Yasuo, not Yone. As far as I'm aware. Don't worry guys, we got this. Oh, he got Mystic Punch. And fucking bread and cheese. Good League player. That's Yone. Shyvana is massive. No! That just... Ow! Owie! I need you, I need ya. Snowball builds are always good. Should say, bitch, will I ever see you again? You do this to us, men. I need you. Just Don't mind me.
The Azakana prowl.
Run! Run! I can't believe I got out there. Holy shit.
Humans lie. Swords speak truth.
A little Leone, and this my giant slaves did fucking nothing. I don't even know why I bothered picking it. All over Facebook. Well, I can see that. You ain't gonna find no one like me. I see Bard, Brom, Ramus, Rel, Velcro's a misfortunate pick, so might as well go with a funny pick. I would just pick what I feel like. I do like playing AP Misfortune though.
Has been slain.
5. It's okay, the last augment is gonna be... Oh, it's a fucking gold. I'm gonna get gold into random... prismatic into Pandora's box, and it's gonna fix my entire build. I don't think so. Not quite like me. I need you, I need you. That fucking... He's got the third... Oh, Lord. He's got a nuke on like a 10-second cooldown. Less than 10 seconds if he gets like all of his bounces in. Well. Fucking snowball, there's so much damage. Oh, this is... Whatever.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Death Stance sounds like a fucking shout. Stop calling, I don't want it anymore. Oh, you think they're cute? I can understand why you might think Vel'Koz is cute, especially definitely not Vel'Koz. No. I mean, there was no point in me being alive right now, honestly. No! Oh shit! I'm good. The way you blowing up my phone won't make me leave no faster. Even goes no faster. I should have left my phone at home. This is a disaster. Going like a go. Oh, he's fucking on me. You know what? Fair enough. I feel like I live in Grand Central Station. I'll be dancing. I'll be dancing. Hospital dancing. Stop calling, I don't work anymore. My dance floor. Stop calling, work anymore.
It's a little personal.
Holy shit, Rise waved his hands.
Rare is the person who shows their true face.
I'm fucking holy shit. I might as well have just committed and fought until the end. I think Death Stance probably killed me there. This playlist is fire. It's my old banger playlist. It's like shit that I, you know, that was popular when I was in anywhere between high school and college. JD's and Lentleman, I have reached level 18. We're approaching 20 deaths. We might whoa, whoa, whoa. The hunt. I'll never leave ya. Javana's skin is sick.
Everyone
Far from me, and not easy to please. I'ma tell you the part. Oh. Holy shit. Damn. Vane, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 26 months. How's it going? Made me feel old, even. Holy fucking shit. Nice flash, buddy. Bro, we're being terrorized all game. Don't even. Fizz is already Sansa enough without getting gold snowballs. I'm not looking at the damage. We pretend that doesn't exist. Graphs, what graphs? Get that LP. Tear you apart. Baby, from the start, I'm only gonna break your heart. I'm only gonna break your heart. Only gonna break. Where is champions, bro? Whoa.
Are you the hunter?
If I go Kaisha, can I go AP or am I gonna be forced to go both? She's a smuggler, that's me, your pancreas. Bats be born, hey, enough for me, I'm only gonna tell you apart. From the start, gonna break your heart. Gonna break your heart. I'm only gonna break your heart. Only gonna break. No one took Rengar? Yeah, like how you said you're the Smolder and not the Rengar. Well, if you were in the lobby, you could have taken Rengar. Nice Winton, Winton badge. Hello, Jasakus. How's it going?
Is that it?
Oh. Oh. Oh, do I gamble or do I marks mate? Na every day. I go Marks Mage, I go AP, I go Bill Bork as well. And then later I will rip this guy in two. I gambled last time.
I'm ready for the big show.
Who would ever knew? More than friends.
Yeah, I had absolutely no idea what that
I leave
does.
the city. Nice.
We're chilling.
Can't let anyone ruin it. Hi.
Is she replace Aram? No, Aram is still a Q, but Lord knows if anyone's actually queued in there. It is at the top of the queue, though. You know, it goes ARAM Mayhem, and then it goes ARAM, instead of ARAM, and then ARAM Mayhem. Johnny's like a melody in my head.
Now, there's a smell you can feel.
Is this shit perma on your screen? I can take it off. It's a toggle. That was... Oh, everyone's tilted already. Like Project Vayne, no. It's at the start of the game as well, but you can toggle it on, toggle it off. Sing with me, eh?
I still believe in the first light. We Guardians face our
Now,
fears.
there's a smell you can feel.
Fear me.
Oh wait, I just get my W from that? Oh wait, Ludens is 100 AP? Did Ludens get buffed?
I knew I could count on you.
Let me go this.
Lost his innards.
The mission comes
Slain an enemy.
The field was clear.
Oh.
Eyes on the horizon.
Under my umbrella.
Their legacy lives in
What? I mean, skilled sniper is kinda crazy, but twice, thrice, or double time. Is Mark's Mage an is Mark's Mage technically an on-hit effect? Double tap could be insane.
My research indicates that if you hold your breath
We'll do that
long
then.
enough, you can take the
Under my umbrella. We'll have to see. This is 109. I don't think it. Never mind. I don't think it does. Oh no, my critical strikes. I need to crit. You can stay under my umbrella. See, I wanted to commit to the AP build, but I need some more crit. Maybe I can just get the crit through the we'll get the crit through the anvils if the game gets that long. Or maybe we'll get lucky and get Jeweled Gauntlet. Oh, you hit them, but confused there.
Right. I'll be right under the
Ow.
Hanging in there, Eva? Aw, I like you.
I like you. Have a cupcake. I like you. Have a cupcake. Ooh. That was close. Wait, this fucking smolder is so small. It's fucking...
eyes up. Where are you?
Every now and again. Does he have anything that is like... Alright, buddy. That's the most... Oh, I didn't get level 11. I'll just wait, it's fine. Much to say. Walk away!
Here's something that won't wash off.
Ally has been slain.
Is what I was wanting to do. Ocean Soul sounds good. Woo! Okay,
Final frontier.
we got Rabadons.
Your ally has been slain.
We might be cooking on this. Possibly the most random fucking combination of shit, but we're not really that bad. Owie. What's funny? Nothing. I just like to laugh sometimes. Just like as a treat. Whoa.
It hurts more than I expected. But I'm the leader. I can't back down. My nose is all wet. It's good.
Your mate's feet in the fish. You have slain an enemy.
Nice. Another down.
I just stopped auto attacking. He's got 37 stacks of shrink engine.
I'll get you. They want to fight? I'll give them a fight. Not pretty, but I'll take it.
I wanted to. Oh no! I'm doing a lot of damage on my autos.
I'll be right
right under the nose.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Thanks, Ina. I knew I could count on you.
Boo! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders. Just bear with me a second. I hate me. Hello! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Let me send you over to the video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Boo, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely time playing Fallout. Welcome in. Please do feel free to tell us all about what you got up to. Fallout is a game I'm like vaguely aware of. What is this laser? I would say, oh, bear with me. Okay. But it's not something I personally played myself, so yeah, feel free to tell us what you got up to, or don't if you don't want to. That's completely fine as well. No obligation there. For those of you new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't do too much yapping about myself because that's what the raid video is for, but today we're playing some League. Later on we'll be playing something with Autumn. We might be playing some Overwatch actually, I'm not sure yet. But we will see. We usually play Baldur's Gate, but I don't know if my brain can handle that today. So right now we are just playing some Mayhem. I'm gonna do this. And then, do I want to build that actually? What do I want to build? Yeah, we'll build that. Why not? Yeah. The Prego illustrator. That's me. Exploring a volume and winning. Yeah, we got a fair few wins. This dragon is so small. We're just having fun. The build that I have right now is pretty cool. So yeah, we're chilling. Oh, he has Draw Your Sword. Of course, it's a graves with Draw Your Sword. But yeah, don't worry about sitting around and chatting and stuff. You just got done streaming. Completely understand it. Plus, I am playing League of Legends, so I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Bum, 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 bum. We're listening to a bit of a nostalgic playlist. Maybe I should have built the Ginsus if I was going more for this. I was thinking about a Bork as well, but this guy is not really building that much health. fucking hurt me anyway. I should have ulted. I'll probably get a decent, 1000 HP shield. I am throwing team.
Your turret's been destroyed.
Hello, Dusk. How's it going?
Thanks, Xena. I knew I could count on you. Let loose the flame!
Blech.
I still...
Thanks for the self-care check.
Your ally has been slain. Twice the bounty. Haste. See if they learn their lesson.
My organs are no longer in danger from exploding of it.
Stars light the universe.
Rampage.
That's good. I'm a bit... The correlation is a bit cloudy to me, but I'm glad that your organs are not gonna explode.
As a leader, everyone sees everything I do.
Haste. I'd like to see that again. Your ally has been slain.
Wait, did you get a dat? Oh, you did. That's crazy.
I'll get you.
Turret destroyed.
Blood.
I don't make a difference here. I have to.
Haste. That's the last of their crew. Victory! Another enemy sunk.
Does this playlist have the Ooh Ah We Be My Girl song? So if you play recently, I'm only half here. Yeah, it does. The Hey Baby by DJ... I think their name begins with an L, I'm not sure. I didn't even do that much, that fucking smolder. Boy meets girl, you wear my dream away. My own, I feel so all alone. I know. I want Sona, please. We're going the fucking stat build. I wanna be your girl, give me a chance to see that you were made for me. We're going stat build Sona. We're gonna have 3 attack speed and the sword item. And I'm gonna heal. It's healing time. I need a miracle. I wanna be your girl. One day you'll see. It can happen to me. It can happen to me. and I'm always by your side. Meh, meh, meh. Hello, Pancake! How's it going? And Winter, thank you for the 145 stream streak. No need to ask who you are. Oh my god. I'm so fucking tired today, dude. I need a miracle. I wanna be a girl. Your boy's fucking broke, and maybe you should stop being broke. I don't know. Evan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moira. I hope you enjoy your stay. I wanna be a girl. Give me a chance to see that you are made for me. I need a miracle. Whose fucking busted ass toaster PC are we waiting for? Punishment wheel must be spun. The punishment wheel got more expensive, so... Ooh!
The monster's out there, waiting.
And so it begins.
May it bring you luck.
I can never shake the nerve before a big performance.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. Rap god. What's up with Eminem today? Holy shit. Thinks that I'm slow enough to slapbox. Call me rap bot. For me to use my computer must be in my jeans. I got a laptop in my back pocket. I'm gonna go off when I have got it. I can let it. I was just about to put this in the office. Before you spin the wheel's still getting spun. You're not here, Winter's broke. Missing 25 bucks wheels already. I don't miss them at all. I will feed Ghost a treat in a second. Positive affirmation. I am very good, and it's very valid of me to establish my boundaries. That didn't come out right, but I'm very good at establishing my boundaries, and that's a good thing. I deserve that, or something. Just in case Matt those free ghost treats, I will give him some treats in a sec. You don't even have 7k? That's crazy. Maybe I'll bring back the paid punishment wheel. For a charity event. I think I only had them for the actual donathons. So maybe I'll bring them back for the charity events. We can have them for all events if you guys really like them that much. I don't mind doing it for the kids. Oh, Renix! How's it going? Good job with your shift today, big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice. Games are going well. I think the mods should get a free wheel spin every week. I think the mods should get that. Well, after the amount of wheels should be traumatized. I mean, like, they're punishment wheels for a reason, but if it's money going towards charity, I don't mind bringing it back. At the end of the day, it's an exchange. I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. And it's not like I do the events often enough for it to really burn me out or anything like to get up. It's fine. Here, you stay over there. Stay over there. Treats for you from Long. There you go. I need to get you some more of the hard treats. $5 wheels? What do you mean $5 wheels? Okay, I'm not that much of a...
Until you try taking it home.
I'm not that generous.
Everyone can share.
Morphin into an immortal. Time off the fuck being on it. Let's do a lot for charity. You could probably get her to add +1 cat mode wedge as a stretch goal. What, permanently? I don't know about that. Look, I know you guys like the cat mode. I don't mind doing the temp things when, you know, I'm feeling... As the reason why I did it before is because I was feeling really guilty. But you've got plenty of ways to achieve cat mode if you want it. I don't want it to become that much of a common thing on the channel. There's a reason the punishment wheel started off very expensive and why the 1 week is very expensive. I'm not... You guys think it's a haha funny and, you know, it can be quite comedic, some of the timing, but it's not something I actively enjoy doing. I think it's really cringe. It's not a, oh no, cat mode. It's an, oh no, I actually gotta do cat mode. Like, I'm not, it's not a joke. I'm not, like, just playing it up for the... I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not as if I'm, like, physically stabbing myself in the fucking eye every time, but it is... I still think it's really cringe. Yeah, and if you guys had cat mode all the time, it wouldn't be as special, I guess. Triggers another wheel with mod names. But no, things like that I don't mind doing temporarily as a kind of whatever thing, because as I said, the reason why I added the cat mode wedge is because I felt extremely guilty about the fact that we'd hit stretch goals and I felt like the stretch goals weren't really that good because I had no intention of hitting them in the first place. Know that I could hit somebody. But the no permanent ways of getting more cat mode is just, it's, don't count on it. Respectfully.
I find inspiration in every smile and every tear.
I'm sure to think of other things you guys would like to see do. Yeah, because I said, because Starlight will be around the Halloween time, I'm probably gonna add the mortuary assistant goal on there. Yeah, and I also have to do Spyro.
Everything in harmony.
We're probably gonna do Gazillionaire this weekend, by the way. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sick. I just double tapped fucking my, like, I just tried to do a hotkey to say good work that you do in Overwatch. Alright guys, calm yourselves. You guys fucking suck, dude. Holy shit. Money for Gacha too, win-win. Oh, you're not gonna go to Brazil this year? Ah, you're gonna stay for the wedding, right? More money to charity. That's very sweet of you. Oi! Hello, Meryl. How's it going? I don't even have to fucking do anything. I'm chilling. That's why I was like thinking I didn't see Vi ult. I'm surprised she didn't ult me. More trees to sunlight might be sweet for you. Hey, for the kids. We're chilling for the kids. He got me. I've got the only silver for this. Listen, at the end of the day, I still think it's a big win that I can sit here and do things like this for, you know, and people are very willing to, you know, donate to charity on behalf of me playing something stupid, something silly, something scary. It's crazy that that's an incentive, you know? There's something that you're very inclined because you want to see it, and obviously it's for a good cause as well. So I can complain all I want about, you know, oh no, I have to play this, that, and this, but actually it's really not that bad. Riot death. Alright, buddy. Don't know why I was expecting that I might have done damage there. What the fuck is his banner? Ugh, Demacia. I've been getting a lot of keys in my email lately.
What doesn't kill you just isn't finished yet.
Level 3 crook. Hello, Block. My brand's safe? What do you mean? When you go down, down, you spin my head right round, when you go down, down. Nah, we need some AD. I want to say I really appreciated the PI Fest that the Rigathon was. You guys like the games? I'm glad. We will finish Ratline, and obviously this guy's name is Chimpanzee and Schlongus Longus. It's crazy. You spin my head right round. Yeah, and just because we didn't get all of the games done doesn't mean that I won't ever think about playing those games. When you go down, down. Sure, why not? We're going down, down.
I make my own fortune.
I already know I'm gonna have to go fucking on hit. Never mind. Going. She's never touching them again. I miss Herman Merman. PFS Part 2. I don't know. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It was my OK Boomerang. It wasn't even my OK Boomerang. No, it was, actually. That was a really... That's fucked up. As fun as it was to play all of those games, feeling so restricted is kind of, it's a bit difficult, if I'm honest with you.
2 down.
Because I want to go back to doing like the sky at night rather than during the morning and stuff, and there was things on that I wanted to play, and it was fun, but I don't know if I will actually do something like that again. We'll see. But I'm glad that it was a concept people enjoyed. Trying new things like that can be quite scary, but it seems like the whole event was a pretty good success. If you don't mind me saying. You go snowball roulette. Miss all your combos? I can't do any better on Alistair.
That's fine.
Kings come and go, but gold
Bam
stays.
bam 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 bam.
You can't take the desert.
I got a feeling. Well, hopefully Malphite doesn't ult for like 20 seconds. Let's go! YW got him. Ooh, we're close to level 7. Do pick a PI game as stretch goals every few goals. Is the next one. Each time chat gets the bone on the PI game that you play through on stream. Maybe. That seems like a really good workaround. Oh! You know what? Let's try it. Yeah, on the sofa. Let's pick it up. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down, go out and just lose it all. Perfect emote for me? Wait, what?
Nine lives.
Yeah, this is like a... Oh. A better way of doing it. Guys, I'm so tired. I need to make a machine that saps your guys' energy and gives it all to me. That's me being very presumptuous about your guys' energy levels. Is it bad then? No. Hey! Let's live it up! Guys, I need like 1,000 gold, please. Okay, I need like 400 gold now, please.
Heroes go hungry.
I want this now. I'll give you that on WoW best offer. That's useless to me. And do it, and do it, let's do it. Let's do it! Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. Party every day, party every day, and I'm feeling.
Laws or whatever works at the time.
Hello, Hannah. How's it going? Tonight's gonna be a good night. Well, that was an unfortunate E. I'm okay. I'm sorry to hear about the pain. You're getting in to see about your oh, I can wait. Your knee, leg, soon, leg. Oh. Oh. Look at this. No appointment yet? Oh wait, was it for your migraine? Sorry. Don't do any damage, but I'm healing, I hope. Ah, next month. Why did I think it was so soon? I think someone else might have told me that there was an appointment they were getting that was gonna be a lot sooner than they thought, maybe. My bad. I blocked one of those, but I still got rooted. I think I might agree with this.
13. Unlucky for them.
Oh, you was hoping to get an appointment today. So, but if you must eat it. My favorite part was the part where my E did not stop. Well, I suppose it's technically not an ability, but whatever. That works. I will replace you. It longs to kill you. I want to die.
You've got a problem. I've got a price.
Forget how to feel. Life is gonna just destroy. I'm not attacking anything.
An ally has been slain.
16.
Wow. Kill you. I am ready to die.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think I agree, guys. I'm sorry. I wanted to try this out.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I'll be right under their nose.
When the world feeling blue, you can count on me. I will be there for you. Hopes and dreams. Gotta stick together. I want you, and you got me, so reach for the stars. Hello? Okay.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Wait, that's huge.
An ally has been slain.
Come true. Fly away. Okay, maybe we got something actually cooking now. We'll see.
20. Yeah.
fucking died to him. That's like 3k healing at least. This fucking barking is so funny. Oh, you got slow cooker too. Hello, Eins. How's it going? Thanks for self-catch, I kinda.
I'll fight for a cause. I won't die for one.
Ow! What the fuck? Everyone is just... You don't even... Oh my fucking god. Okay, never mind. She got the fucking... Everyone else just got insane fucking augments. And I got poop from an actual bot. Don't look at my build, guys. I built the Blade of Ruin King before I was deciding this.
An ally has been slain.
I'm okay. I'm also pretty tired though. A nap sounds really good.
Ally has been slain.
Laws or whatever works best.
Your inhibitor is restored.
I don't even think I'm healing that much.
It's not stealing if they're dead.
It was apparently 500 health of healing. La 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 la. I suppose the lack of heal and shield power. That's right, focus me.
Get paid and get out.
Okay, we're kind of winning some fights. I don't think it's because of me. This is doing nothing, by the way.
Quadra kill. Aced. An ally has been slain.
4 hours? I mean, 4 hours is still quite a short nap, honestly. Do I go this? Let's try this. Amarillo. Bro, this... I mean, you know what? It's fine because Goat's the actual damage, but why is he so fucking fixated on me? Has he not pressed tab and seen my fucking build? What is wrong with him? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. Hey, a nap just means your body needed the rest. I don't think you should call it lazy for taking care of yourself.
I'll be right under the nose.
Honor is the rust on a dull blade.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm so fucking useless. Holy shit. The spirit's sleeping somewhere wrong. If I just go the tenacity, maybe.
You've got a problem.
Oh, come on! I'm healing you! Let's go!
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I was no longer healing you. I could have healed the Fizz, but whatever. From the nothing I think I'm to life. Well, all of the all this time, I can't believe I couldn't see that it was dark, but you would never follow me. I've been sleeping 1,000 years, it seems. I got fucking kaput. There's 1,000 true damage and then 1,500 magic damage on top of that is crazy. Wake me up. Can't wake up. I can't out heal that. Oh, you have drop kick. I think if I'd have just gone a normal build, we'd have been fine. I just don't understand. Why me?
Heroes go hungry.
What did I do to this Malphite? And my life just flashed before my fucking eyes.
I'll fight for a cause. I won't die for one.
Alright, we're ignited. Sounds like it's the last life of my life. Wow. Well. You just got outplayed.
Should have stayed on tempo.
Maybe we're being stream sniped. I'm gonna end up killing myself trying to fucking... Guys! Like...
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Do I build the Mikhails? Sell my fucking Bork for the Mikhails? I don't think there's any point in me having this anymore.
Your inhibitor is respawned.
Get paid and get out. Sneaky, sneaky.
I just Mikhail's you, and it didn't cleanse the ignite. Oh. I am trying to heal. My head constantly evaluates whether I get more work done by sleeping later or going to sleep, which is why I developed the habit of skipping sleep a lot for some time. I recommend it always makes you tired. I mean, I can't imagine, honestly. However, would skipping sleep make you tired? What? We don't look at the damage, we look at the healing. Don't worry, guys. Yeah! Yeah! I'm sorry for griefing that. Wasn't enough, and I fuck you and I fuck her too. I'd still be with you.
Fortune doesn't favor food.
Begging, stealing, lying, cheat. Yeah. I'm going Appy. Appy. AP, GP, OP. But I'm not GP, I'm Misfortune. Oh, God. I see you driving round town with the girl I love, and I'm like, fuck you. Guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you and I fuck her too. Oh my god, Bugs Bunny. Well, ain't that some ain't that some And all this pain in my chest, I still wish you the best with a fuck you. Ooh. Give me Eureka or Infernal Conduit, please. That's perfect, thank you. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Why? Why? Why, baby? Love you. I still love you. Ew. Yes, fair enough. I get that. Being tired no matter how much you sleep, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Wasn't enough. I'm like, fuck you and I fuck you too. Oh, great. Caitlin's gonna be fucking outwing us from the other side of the world. Pain in my chest, I still see the best with a fuck you.
No sign of intelligent life anywhere.
Going somewhere.
Because I like the way it hurts. Let's go to something, hear me cry. Because I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie. I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you what it feels like. And right now, there's a steel knife in my windpipe. I can't breathe, but I still fight. Well, I can fight as long as the wrong feels right. It's like I'm in fight. The love drip from my hate. It's like I'm huffing fate, and I love it the more I suffer. I suffocate. In my form about to drown. She resuscitates me. She fucking hates me, and I love it. Wait, where you going? I'm leaving you. No, you ain't. Come back. We're running right back. Here we go again. It's so insane, cause when it's going good, it's going great. I'm Superman with the wind in his back. She's Lois Lane, but when it's back, it's awful. I feel so ashamed. That's not. Who's that dude? I don't even know his name. I laid hands on her. I'll never stoop so low again. I guess I don't know my own strength. That's alright, because I like the way it hurts. Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie. There's water so much you can barely breathe when you need. And you don't know what hit him. Got that warm fuzzy feeling. Yeah, the chills used to get him. Now you're getting fucking sick of looking at him.
Can't settle for anything.
Laying each other's face, spewing when I'm in the spirits and you spit him. Scratch, coughing and falling down. So there's a loss in the moments when you're enemies. The biggest it took over, it controls your both. So they say it's physical, you're separate ways. Guess that they don't know because today, that was yesterday. Yesterday is over, it's a different day. Sound like broken records playing over, but you promised her. Next time you show restraint, you don't get another chance. Life is no Nintendo game, but you let it game. Now you get to watch her leave out the window. Guess that's why they call it window pane. You're making the main play your friend's D&D campaign? Like, okay, so when it comes to D&D, I get a bit confused because like big bads and stuff, right? And air and like places, they're all like the same that people use, right? To make their, unless it's whatever it is, homebrew, right? So does it like get like monotonous using the same like guys all the time or whatever? I might have explained it pretty poorly, but I get some like D&D shorts on my Instagram a few times, and people in the comments talk about like specific people and specific campaigns and stuff, and I'm like, oh, what? Like I thought like people just made their own thing up, but you're telling me there's like a bunch of like characters people generally use and whatnot. I just want it back. I know everywhere, but I share a trust to fucking leave again. I'm tied to this bed, set this house on fire. Oh, okay, I see. Assets is probably a good way of terming it. Yeah. Homebrew is for custom settings, classes, and items. Yeah, I knew what homebrew was. There's official content, like the Curse of Strahd. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I heard of. Is that the vampire one?
Eyes on the clearance.
Love the way you lie.
Favor likes it close and tight.
So there's a lot of flexibility, I see. That's pretty cool. It's fun I play the module. Yeah, that's the specific one I remember seeing about a lot.
Walk softly and carry big
You made your own character as normal? Yeah. Well, my character isn't very normal, but yeah.
Was all this
Ooh, recursion is good.
An enemy has been slain.
Modules are very specific. They get stale if you play them multiple times. Some DMs will let you play if you've already done the module because you know where everything is. But you can like customize the module if you wanted to. Yeah, I figured it'd be something like that. There's still a bunch of like, you know, the people that like stream their D&D stuff, the big wigs. There's still a bunch of that I want to watch. Because it looks very interesting.
run, rabbit, run. So close. Nature has reclaimed this whole place. It's coming down.
Don't know if I could actively be playing D&D though. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Thank you for explaining everything to me, I appreciate it. I know there's quite a few D&D heads in the chat.
Everyone's counting on their commander. Twilight calls for you. My team needs me. I'm there. Brilliant. Freeze.
Well, thank you. You like to use some stuff out of the Robux, modify it to my liking. Concept ledge modified to make a cool big bad evil guy. Oh yeah, that sounds like a that sounds like how I imagined it would be mainly. Ah, fuck, she got the mark. I want this to last. Need you by my side. Every time we touch, Static and every time I can reach for the sky. It's so
This gear was
I can't let
priority
you
attack.
go.
We wear it better.
All the prep you did was for naught. Well, I suppose that's where the potential of, you know, it really your kind of skill as a DM shines. Your improv, you know, what you can make of it. You should give D&D a try. I don't know how many of you, because I think I've told this story before, but there was someone who tried to get me into D&D once. But the way they tried to get me into it was not the way I would ever recommend any of you guys to try and get any of your non-D&D friends into playing D&D. What ended up happening is I was invited to like a server or whatever, and this guy sat in a call with me for like, I want to say it was like 7 hours, and he basically made the character for me, and I had no idea what was going on, but I had to be present, and he was just saying a bunch of jargon and shit, and I just didn't understand. Nothing was explained to me, but I had to make decisions and stuff. And I got sent like, if I remember correctly, it was like 6 or 7 different links with a bunch of like fucking novella level texts written, and I just couldn't fucking, I was having the worst time of my life, honestly. So I never really bothered with it. I swear I can fly. Prep doesn't really go down the drain. I suppose it's important too. Yeah, how you prep is probably super important. I'm gonna complete my Morello.
Fight like a rabbit.
I want to keep a space free because we're due a potion and I just sell them for 200 gold. It's much better in my opinion. Oh. There was a trap there. Sorry, I'm tired. Letting me go.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I just can't look. It's killing me. And taking control.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
You know what's funny? Eventually, I think I got booted from the server. It was like a big server. I forget what it's called. I think it's like a server based on a website for where people make their characters. I think it had the word role in it. I miss the bright side.
No sign of
Critical Role? No, Critical Role. No, it wasn't Critical Role. That's something else. But because I never used the character, I didn't have the willpower to roll 20. Yeah, roll 20. That sounds about right. Vulnerability will be nice. She just ult?
Lucky feet.
Bigger than cocky.
Watch your head.
A still target is a dead target.
Ow.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It's your teams! Please, I'm trying to heal you guys! I can't gamble on my points on win.
An ally has been slain.
Animal Squad gets the job done.
Oops. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Winter can run an intro game for you and whoever you want to invite. I don't know if I want to play D&D. That sounds pretty tiring right now. I'm just gonna heal myself.
Can't settle for anything less than success. Ready to hop in. Ha! My home. My team.
I mean, that's big damage, I like to think. It's not enough. She hit the floor. She got low, 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 low.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We're cut into his Overwatch time. He needs his fix. I don't think it's that. Winter doesn't play that much Overwatch. I do. Winter, no.
An ally has been slain.
Please!
An ally has been slain.
They won't get the best of me again.
Has been slain.
I've got sharp eyes. It's the carrots. It's coming down. Someday the world won't need protection.
The enemy's inhibitor is
Not here, not yet.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned. Double
Oh. Maybe we just sing.
Light on my feet. Speed it up. An ear to the ground, an eye to the future.
Giving up the idea of rank, that's fair enough.
Eyes on the carrot. 2 for 1. Be free. And that's why I'm commander.
You're toxic.
We're
I'm
stronger
slipping
together.
under. Oh my god, I'm fucked, bro. Thanks for sub catch, Leo. I hope you're well. Okay, you don't want the healing, that's fine too. Man. I'm slipping under dice of your poison paradise. That's probably my last one. I'm gonna go see if Autumn is ready to do whatever, if she still would like to play games with me. But thank you, Block. Thank you, both of you, for playing. I appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun in those games. Oh my god, I really didn't do any damage. Yeah, thank you for playing though. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of your poison paradise. Don't you know that you're toxic? Might be Wednesday time. We'll see. I'll need to check. Paradise. One sec. Everything tonight. This playlist almost exact same I had with one of when I stole and bought secondhand flip phones. I love it. It's very nostalgic. I might keep it on. I don't know, maybe we're gonna play some Overwatch. Maybe I'll keep it on while we're playing Overwatch. Are you guys okay with me playing Overwatch? I played Overwatch yesterday too. Not particularly the most entertaining of players. Might not make it tomorrow. See it or not. How many gifted for Winton game? I don't really want to play tank if I'm not playing in a 5 stack. Having fun that is good? I suppose, but your opinions do matter a little bit. You guys sit through a league, so what is a game of Overwatch? If I was playing in a full 5 stack, I might do silly things like I might joke about, the gift sub for a character, but I'm not dealing with the flame. Your opinion matters. I said no, not yours, because you're not a person, remember? Require a stack of 5, I guess? I don't do that. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. You know you really want it. Was in my shop. Give you and lick my lips, you got to taste like it. Oh, cardboard bastions in my shop. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. I ain't get really anything else great. I'm hoping for the Life Weaver skin to come in, so I have an excuse. I really want that Life Weaver skin, but it's not available. So in Overwatch, there are skins that you can like buy with the gold coins or whatever that are not necessarily. You can't buy them in the menus or whatnot. You kind of have to wait until they come into your shop. But for some of those skins, they're actually codes that you can put in, and you can just check out with them at any time. However, the one for the Life Weaver skin I wanted is not active, which is sad. It is what it is. To the left, shake it to the right. Let's shake. Give you and lick my lips, you got to taste like candy. Just can't resist. Sweet to the beat. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. A Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. Boo! Yeah, I know. It looks so cool too. I'll just have to keep my eye out and maybe hope it comes into my shop. But anyway, I'm probably gonna take a little BRB while I go set up with the wife. I don't know if we're gonna do anything as elaborate as VNet. We'll see. I'm feeling very sleepy today. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs and stuff, maybe splash my face with a bit of water, and I'll be right back, okay?
No!
Faint, you fucking asshole! I had my hands off my keyboard. Wait, what happened to your effigy? Oh my god, okay. What is going on? Oi! Oi! Hello? I'm not mad. I was awake at like 4 AM last night. I am always...
What, one just
I burned them.
Oh, you flipped them upside down.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's over.
Did I do the tech?
Yeah, you did
It's
it.
Oh,
over, yeah.
it's finally for my revenge. When it comes to maths, it'd be incredibly stupid. Because who apologizes for donating to charity no matter how much they donate over a period of how much they donate? Now, I know you wouldn't apologize for something like that, so I'm gonna pretend that you didn't. And it's not gonna happen again. Because you shouldn't be sorry. Up like 3 times. There's like... I was like slowed or whatever. I'm just getting into the car now. Why is the car cabled to the ground? Are you trolling me? Bantamie! What the fuck is that? Why was the car attached to the ground?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? That's just the whole ass Charizard. Do I fucking... This is scary, dude. Playing this game. Okay, so they're both going left, so I will go right now. Actually, I lied. I will go left, because this...
Oh.
They just bounced
Car.
up above me. I hit them twice, 3 times. I broke the shields. I'm being shot by someone.
You want to try, dude?
Over there.
Idiot.
Broke shields again. He's healing with the goopy.
Don't get Gengared.
Listen here, pal. Listen here, buddy. What was that noise? Can we clip that? Can someone isolate the noise that he just made? Winter, can you turn that into a soundboard?
No,
Noise?
Winter, don't turn that into a soundboard. Alright, come on, let's...
Alright, there we go. Well, I don't know if that's working or not, but we'll say, oh, there we go! There you go, you can name your clips whatever you want because Seribot is now taking care of it rather than mix it up. Alright. Let me say my hellos first because, oh my god, never mind, my done by an alien. What is this noise? What is this noise these characters are making? One second, there's some steam in here somewhere.
Can't see a goddamn thing.
What is that?
What is this thing? The fuck is it?
No! No! No!
Hello?
Steam! There's an industrial... Don't have one. Never had one. I fucking hate buzzwords. I hate... hack. I hate that hack is used. Viral. Viral hack. Hack. Viral hacking. Dubai chocolate. Labubu. Viral hack. Fuck off. Don't piss me off. I'll just put sensory videos up whenever that happens, because it probably will happen. Again. La 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 la. No. Thank you for the Tailwater Resub Beaker. Happy 39 months. Thank you very much for that, but no. Hope you're doing well.
What? What happened? Oh, the fucking thing detached. God damn it. I didn't even die.
Ready to use.
You're gonna arrest me? I'm just gonna fall.
Listen. That's fine.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, you're alive.
There's so many flares on the ground too. How am I supposed to navigate? I'm just saying, keeping it real with you guys, I would happily sell all of you to go and watch a Ghost concert. I would sell all of you for free to go and watch a Ghost concert. Just saying. I would give you away. Just keeping it real with you. Just keeping it real with you.
Did our 40 months mean nothing?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just desperate. I ran into that. Oh, he fucking just... What the fuck? He wiped his feet of me! That's oh! You have to start from the beginning! Alright, you fucking just... Get out of my fucking way! Move! 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 Oh my... AI heard me talking shit. So, 27,000 fucking frogs. There's so many. There's so many. There's so many frogs.
Can you toss it? Could have been worse, honestly. That's decent.
Honestly, I could have fucking missed it. Never mind. Unfortunately, I'm alive. Unfortunately, Winter.
Did Winter not make it?
Winter did not
hell?
make it.
Do you
What? If it's exercise, I'm not doing it now. Are you fucking kidding me? How? How do you do this? Oh, here we go, Nya. You fucker. Yeah. How'd you pull this, Nya? That was crazy, Nya. The wheel knows it's you, Nya. I'll get you back for this, Nya. Cure witch, Nya. Jesus wept. The Doki bird face? Oh, you mean like... Oh, on the right here. Ah! No! That's okay, I can eat my food. Back.
What? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. After you said one more.
Shut up, radio.
What do you want, Ghost?
Dreamer luck isn't real. I just opened my singular booster, the singular box.
Wait, what'd you get?
Nothing. I got highest ash as a banner, and then Exo Year's hazard player icon, and then 2 sprays.
It's honestly such a good thing that you can't buy loot boxes, because I would absolutely be fucking buying so many loot boxes.
You used to be able to.
Yeah,
Once upon a time.
You used to be able to get loot boxes on every level up too. So, you know, I mean I'm glad they brought them back, but you know, at the same time, You don't have to
Let
be
me buy
that
them.
stingy. Surely the Mercy and the Kiriko mains have funded Overwatch for the rest of its, existence, right?
True.
They eat so well.
Where's my Moira skin? They do have one in the battle pass, I'm not gonna lie. They do have one in the battle pass. And she's pretty okay.
The Moira, I really like the mythic one. The mythic Moira skin is amazing.
I have her, but I prefer using the what's the skin? What's it called? The Lilith one. Cause her voice line for her ult is surrender to your mother.
Oh, how very suitable.
Surrender to your mother. She's so sassy.
But yeah, no, I got the Cardboard Bastion. And this fucking Maugi highlight intro has been in my shop every day for the past week now.
Okay. Which intro?
The You Got My Attention one, the Maugi one.
Manga? Where is it? I don't see it.
It's been in my shop for yonks. My Just For You.
Oh, Just For You. I've got,
Yeah.
what do I have? I have Sanguine Curse on a skin, which that's pretty freaking sick, I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty sick.
Oh, I got Black Cat Sombra.
Moira.
I don't like it. On the floor, smack that. Give me some more. Smack that till you get sore. Smack that. Whoa.
You only had to say it once, I'll smack that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Anyway, welcome to Overwatch. This is not Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm playing Overwatch because my brain is leaking out my ears. I'm sorry.
I've been licking it up though, so it's okay. It's very clean.
I'm listening to a nostalgia playlist today.
A nostalgia playlist, are very nice.
This is the ketchup song.
Who does
You know the ketchup
Hellmane?
song?
I do not know the
I
ketchup
don't,
song.
I don't really main anyone. I've just been playing everyone. I played a lot of Cat. Mizuki.
Yeah, I do. I think people hate on the cat too much.
I like playing Anna. Anna is fun. I like playing Bastion. Emre is someone I picked up like yesterday. Emre's kind of fun too.
Emery's pretty scary with
He's
their
kind
ult.
of, you know.
Yeah. I could say
I don't
that
like
about
his.
some
I don't like the
characters in this
Sakura
freaking
skin,
game,
but
though.
yeah. Hanzo main? Yes, me. I'm a Hanzo main.
I'm a Widow main.
I got a really nice, pretty Widow skin recently. I got the winter one, Winter Chic.
Oh, the Winter Chic.
It's very cute. I say,
I have her. What do I have? This is her Ghostly Bride. I have her Ghostly Bride skin.
oh, that's cute. I like that a lot. Widow has a lot of really cool skins.
She does.
Meanwhile, Mizuki. Dude, Juno's mythic skin, I was trying to play Juno. I'm not very good at Juno, but the mythic skin is so cute.
Juno's really cute. She's fun to play. For Hell, she's a good whatever main. Hell, you're such a good Overwatch gamer.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really are. But
She said she had multiple mains. I couldn't do all of them.
I don't really have. Yeah, I just been playing everyone. I don't know if I want to commit myself to anyone yet. Really, I've just been having a lot of fun on Mizuki, Cat, Anna, Lifeweaver. Actually, Lifeweaver is pretty fun. I don't really know what I'm doing with him, but it's pretty fun. I like his shooting anime, like his shooting. It's very satisfying.
It looks like it. I don't want to commit myself to any 1 or 2 characters either.
I thought you were a Moira main.
Yeah.
May main? Listen, if you're a May main, you can rot in hell.
I have 185 hours as Moira.
That's fine. I just dislike May. May makes me sick. Zarya too. Punishment wheel. No.
May and Zarya can be hard.
Fuck.
Is it what I hope it is?
Winton.
Winton?
Winton, yeah.
Winton, yeah. Mine was also redeemed. Yeah.
It's a solid music. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hate Zarya, I hate Main, yeah. If we could remove them from the game, that would be great, yeah.
I think my least favorite, what's my least favorite? Yeah. I think maybe... probably Wrecking Ball, yeah.
Hammond
if you have
is
a good...
extremely annoying, yeah.
If you have a good Wrecking Ball on the other team, yeah, it's like the worst, yeah. And if you have a bad one on your team, it's even...
It's true.
Even more
Hamster
devastating.
fucking evil, yeah.
He's evil, yeah. He's really cute, yeah. However, he's a little piece of shit, yeah. I forgot that I gave him his skin where he has fucking nipple piercings. Yeah. I forgot.
He's got a pumpkin skin, yeah. Pumpkin.
He does have a pumpkin skin, yeah. Do I have that one?
I wanna take you away.
Oh, I do not,
Skip
yeah.
into the music, let it play. You've grown to hate Anna recently, yeah.
Am I going to hate
because you're
Anna?
playing Doomfist, yeah? No, apparently
Oh.
Goat hates Anna, yeah.
She can be, yeah, she can be annoying to Doomfist, yeah.
I will play damage or support, yeah. I will not play tank if we're not on a 5-stack, yeah.
I will do whatever
Too
I
scared
need
to do that, yeah.
I'm playing Gamba, yeah. Speaking of Gamba,
I love
Yeah.
gambling, yeah.
I know, so do I, yeah. I have so much cardboard.
I'm excited,
Number 1
yeah.
in the home, number 2 coming. Yeah. I have so much coming. Yeah. Because I have, what do I have
Guys,
here?
is the Winton thing still
I've
on,
got-
yeah?
I've
How
got
long's
a
that on
booster
for,
box of Journey Together. Yeah. And then I have 2 Elite Trainer boxes of White Flare. Yeah.
Until mid-May, I think.
And then I also bought a fuck ton from Mark. Yeah. Because he sold me his collection. Yeah. And then I pre-ordered the new one that's coming out next month. Yeah. What is it called again? Chaos something? Yeah.
It's gonna be really fun watching you open them, yeah.
I'm gonna send you some, yeah.
I have a message for the Shumis, yeah. Shumis, if you gift a sub in Autumn's channel, did you know you can get a really cute Winton badge for your name, yeah? It's permanent on Twitch, yeah.
Doesn't that mean it's the same for you, Nya?
No, I have it turned off, yeah.
Did you know that if you
Mama
gift
say,
a
mama
sub
say,
in
mama,
Hell's
mama
chat,
say,
she'll
mama
get
say,
pelted
mama
with
say,
stuff,
mama
Nya?
say, Mama say, mama say, mama musa. 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 Oh wait, I'm damaged.
And
What?
I'm a fucking tank. I'm always fucking tank, Nya! Whenever I do a freaking random roll, I always end up with tank and I don't know why. It's fine, yeah. I'm a horse.
Head
Yeah.
above a chaser. I don't wanna play chaser. Yeah. What level do I have her? I can't see what level I have her, yeah. Give it a go, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out my freaking buttons again.
Where did you come
There
from,
we go.
Nigel?
Mark! Thank you for the gift sub to She Told Me To. Don't listen to her.
What? Yeah. Enjoy your Winton
Enjoy your
badge,
Winton.
yeah.
Yeah. You freaking doofus. Yeah. Oh, he's like a one.
Get go.
No!
I got him.
My
yeah.
wife!
Oh, I don't have to meow anymore. Thank God for that. Where did you come from, Cotton Joe? Griefing for loot boxes. That's what I should change my name to. Oh no, Zenyatta just ate shit.
We gotta go. Brigitte, no! Brigitte's dead. Let's go, Winton, ear. You do have a nice Winton. Thank you. Oh shit. Goodbye. Oh my god, the other tank's name is Gosnia. It's your cat. Your cat's the other tank.
I'm being an annoying creature.
You're doing a fantastic job.
This ends now.
I got headshot. I'm really not doing anything. Wait, Tracer again. Alright, loot box. I just gotta keep in mind about the loot box.
Yeah, there we go. Yay! How is he back?
Where'd the Mercy go?
She went all the way back to go and get the tank. Goodbye.
No! Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh my god, I haven't heard that song in forever.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's what this playlist is basically.
Darn.
The Reinhardt is taunting me.
Come here. Come here.
What does he want? I don't know what he wants. He's freaking me out.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't turn fast enough.
didn't have my E.
Give up? Not in my vocabulary.
Fucking Reinhardt used Intimidate and it actually worked on me because I didn't know what to do.
He rolled a nat 20 for his comp. For his intimidation. Oh. This Reaper's messing him up though.
Oh, what the fuck? I can't believe she just did that in front. I mean, it doesn't matter. I had 3 of them at spawn on me. They really didn't care about you guys pushing, I guess.
Darn. I blocked his ult, but at what cost? I love it when the Zen gets a kill. It's like my favorite thing because he's such a squishy little guy.
Oh.
Where is she? Oh my god.
Whoa. Ah! Oh. Everyone else was dead.
It's okay. We're almost at the end.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a...
Oh, I'm sleeping.
Oh, X. Cool.
Yay!
Okay, I'm not entirely useless.
You're not useless at all. Oops. No, it's high noon.
Oh! Thank you.
Oh my god, did our Zen just get a freaking triple?
Just Zenyatta things, I
That's
guess.
crazy.
I wish nothing but the...
Oh my god.
Are we about to
here
watch it?
is. Oh my god. The floating lad. Oh no, this was earlier.
Welcome, Night Deck. How's it going? Zenyatta has hands.
He also has balls.
Yeah. You know, you're not wrong.
Whenever Liable's main, he has two mains. He either mains Kiriko or he mains Zen. He's typically a Zen. So near the end of the day, he'll always tell me, he's like, all right, I'm gonna go throw some balls. Like, you do that. You do that. You can go. Throw some balls.
Live your best life. for walls.
It is his best life.
Hi, Tech. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Oh God, I don't know if I want to. I'm only level 4 on Tracer. I don't know if I want to play her to level 5. I wish nothing but the best. I don't like any of those. I forgot. I need to turn off. Wednesday.
Oh my god, we're both healing. We're both healing.
We are both healing. Bittersweet. I played Overwatch. I mean, it's a game. It's a game. It's a shooter hero game. It's fun. I'm not exactly pro Overwatch player by any means. But I've been having a lot of fun on it recently. Did you ever try Marvel Rivals, Autumn?
I have. It's a little bit less team-based, if that makes sense. I feel like
Overwatch is
in
incredibly team-based.
Overwatch is very team-based, which I like a lot more. Marvel Rivals kind of feels more like everybody picks a character and sometimes they work together. If that makes sense.
Oh, I didn't.
There's nothing we could have done. He was on the other side of a... Oh, Ember's barking. He was on the other side of the shield.
Watch here. That should do it.
Look, it's two of your favorites. Winston and May.
Winston.
At least one's on
No,
our team.
Winston is fine.
I
I don't like Zarya.
Oh, Zarya. Zarya. They kind of play similar sometimes to me. Like Winston, he can't really like eat his main damage output. Similar to me and Zarya.
I just took an arrow to the face. What does that mean? What? No, I like Life Weaver. Life Weaver is fun, but it is very hard to know when to use certain things.
I know you need healing.
Working
I'm
on
shooting
it.
your whole ass.
Yeah, I'm putting this down. It doesn't matter. I just ate. Oh, she hit me with the... I see. Right. She
Yup.
hit me with the very high skilled auto aim thing.
Very well.
Helping you out. Oh, they're moving the payload.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Whoop. Back. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, grip me.
Oh no.
Live. I will never let you fall.
Oh my god, I can't hit anything! Let me up! No, let me up! I can't. Oh, I've never been nanoed in my life. That was... But girl, I just spawned.
Okay.
That was a good bomb. Oh. Into my love. My love. My dear.
No! I was trying to grab you!
It's okay.
Wait, I'm still on the
you
fucking point technically. What?
We can protect each other now. Life protects life.
Fuck you! I got a tree, bitch!
The rest of the day.
Oh, they have a life weaver now too.
What's up?
They have a life weaver too.
Oh, they do?
Oh.
We are! You ready? Are you ready for my nano?
No, please!
Where are you? There you are. Have fun. Yeah, go kill him! Go get him! Go for it, baby girl! Yeah, look at you go!
Oh my god! What is this Hanzo saying?
I don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
Your death is imminent, prepare for war. They're role-playing.
Are they LARPing?
I think they're LARPing. This is Overwatch. This is not LARPing. This is not a LARPing lobby. Shut
Brother,
up.
I'm
Shut
healing you.
up. You know what?
Two of
You know
our
what?
teammates are dead.
You know what?
Wait.
No.
Get back over here.
We can protect each other now.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, there she goes again. Well, I can't.
I'm gonna say no. If they spam it again when we're already shooting them. We're already giving them fucking.
No!
Oh,
fucking Reaper's fat ass got in the way!
You're fine.
They know I'm here. They know I'm here.
Oh, they don't. How could they ever know? Oh my god. Do you guys hear Ember? She's
I
talking.
can't. What's she saying?
I can't go outside or open this door. This is bullshit, probably. She's probably cussing me out a little bit because she can't go say hello to Liable.
Something for the state.
Eyes on the sky!
Oh my god, where are you going?
I know, right?
You're better off with me.
I'm struggling.
You're doing great. I believe in you. Oop, there's something up top. Oh no.
Well, I'm trying.
I believe in you this much. Go for it. I believe. I believe.
Autumn, I'm not hitting anything.
It's okay. They're scared.
I'm scared.
Winston's fat butt just got in the way.
That's not who I wanted to pull.
Oh, goodbye. Give him hell, but not like for free.
Fuck off, you stupid monkey! Holy shit!
I don't know if I heal more if I'm nanoed. You think I have any idea how these abilities work? I don't read a single tooltip. We operate based on vibes.
Oh my god, the tracker freaking sucks.
I know, right?
Yeah, her tracker. It's like, oh, I'm dead immediately. I'm so squishy.
Genji!
No, I'm sorry. I tried.
No, it's okay. Genji was changing his clothes in that.
Yeah, there we go. Good job, pro game.
I think it's ridiculous that she still gets to have that ult go off when she dies. But if Mizuki dies when he's placing... Oh, ball.
That's dumb. Or if I try to nano and I get killed, it doesn't freaking go off.
Yeah.
I just lose it. Oh hell.
Oh please.
I have something special for you.
Oh, I can't get you there, Genji.
I wonder if they can tell we're here together.
Please, the monkey! The monkey despises me. Thank you for keeping me alive.
Doing my best. Whoop. Oh my god. Oh. Here we go.
Okay, that
Nice.
works. Holy shit. She can die during her cast, it's just that it's borderline instant. I think it's... but they... The thing is they made a change so that, Mizuki couldn't get it off if he died. So I think it's hardly fair that, you know, one rule for one rule for another. You know?
Yeah! Yeah! Vote for health. Vote for health. Vote for health. Yeah! Epic gamer! That's why I gave her my nanos.
Please, no, I was going to have a heart attack.
I'm only nanoing you.
I need to pick Alice so I can't get nanoed.
I'm gonna insta-lock. I'm gonna insta-lock her.
Doomfist doesn't lose ult if he dies while casting. Super funny. Doomfist is like their favorite though, so.
I'm a freaking tank again. I can't nano you this time.
That's okay, I will nano you.
I'm gonna I'm gonna play. Oh, I know what to do. When I'm tank, I'll play Ryan and I will solo ult those bitches who will keep coming after you. Like, asshole. Oh, that's perfect. The boy.
Oh, some Genji plays today. Wait, what if I... I'll change if they get... Wait. Oh wait, no, it's... Is this Flashpoint?
I still have much to learn.
First to 3, you capture the point.
I ate flash slop.
One more mission, huh?
Well, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. And positive affirmation. I'm a little bit better at games than I give myself credit for. Don't worry, I'm okay at cat.
Some in your channel would say you're the best cat.
Pew 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 pew. Oh. Just go. Okay. That doesn't count.
Oh, I gotta go.
How do I get to you? I don't do flashpoints. I don't know flash.
Oh my god. Getting out of there. Getting out of there. No. Wait. There we go.
Nice. Sick. I wasn't already ending. I was expecting a fucking helix rocket from Bufu, Egypt on our left side.
I'm gonna solo shatter the soldier. Oh, where is he? Come here. Come here, baby boy.
Oh, there you go. There's the Hey Baby song.
I could shatter all of them.
I'll also shatter. Never mind.
Go get her! Go get her!
Oh, never mind. She killed me. I wanna know. Both queuing as heals? Is this a stereotype you're applying to us?
Wait, what? Who's stereotyping us? I'm a tank, thank you.
Autumn is queued for all, I'm queued for damage heal. Well, it's not healer, it's support actually. That is something I learned, is that it's not healer, it's support. Where is he?
Dead.
No. Autumn is somewhere, man. But not like a one-trick pony. I don't think that's all she plays.
Oh, what? I play a lot
You're not
of
like a...
Myra. I play a lot of Ana. But I also played Juno. I've also played... Who else have I played? Oh, god dang it. I mean, I've played Mercy, but I don't like her.
No!
Oh, back.
If you be my girl. Honestly, I might switch from cat. Ooh. I wanna know. Hey, baby.
I've got ult.
Fucking her up.
What if... Hear me out. What if we went around?
Genji just died behind us.
Don't even think about it, Mercy. Oh, that was a huge purple! Hell! That was disgusting! That was so good!
I wanna know.
Poor boy.
It's just finished telling me there's
Nope, not today, bitch!
Someone's behind me, shooting me. Fucking... You're lucky I can't shoot shit! Holy shit!
Enemy spotted.
Beat her ass! What is going on?
I don't know. You know what? You know what? These guys suck. There.
Reloading. Like, I'm missing everything.
Go to point, come on. We're busy.
Again, scaring me.
I'm on the objective. You should swing by too.
Well, that was polite.
Oh.
There was the freaking Junker Queen was just like waving and she left the point and let us have it. Very kind.
Hello?
Hello? Woo! Oh, Ryan, you are a kindred spirit. Thank you. That's very freaking polite.
I have nano, but I'm 7 years away from you guys.
Step right up.
I'm coming! No!
I'm coming, wait for me.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I hear the walls retreating.
Just a minute.
I got this. Right? It's 2v1. Okay.
Ready to throw in the towel?
Oh. What happened?
Your tank said sorry. It's okay.
Where the fuck am I?
I don't know. Alright. Onward.
The fucking Joker Queen, I can't hit there.
Upstairs.
I won't give in.
Neum. Left.
We could do this till we pass out.
Shit!
God, fucking hit anything.
I'm coming.
No.
I'm hiding. Never mind.
Oh dear.
I go out on my terms.
Why would you do that right now? You. Why? Their name is Hot Mess. No, that's my wife!
She pulled me. That was rough.
I still have some fight in me. We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Almost level.
Oh, that's.
I went in way too fast and way too deep. My bad. My bad.
I can't fucking hit shit, bro. I'm gonna switch to maybe Mizuki once I get off my.
I will probably swap things. I have no barrier. I've got no barrier.
That's okay. Come on.
Okay! Yes, ma'am! Nope. Okay.
Alright.
Oh.
Or maybe Life Weaver? No, that's just okay.
Let's see.
I'm gonna fucking do shit all on ammo. I ain't hitting
And a horse.
anything.
If you prefer QP or comp, I like comp. Like when I'm not streaming, because I usually don't stream Overwatch.
This Joker Queen has a problem with me. Oh my god, I got stuck.
Ryan push, you have infinite health. He pushes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, other DPS.
No, I think they're both flaming.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's been playing footsies with the other tank the last 2 rounds. Yeah, because they're cute. You know it's true. It's Cupid, and I'm having fun.
Spirits are breathing down my neck again.
God forbid you have fun. This person is stood here talking! You're typing!
I'm not when you do that. You're typing and I'm flirting. I think
I've not
I've
played Bridget
got
or Wu Yang.
the W. People are
Everyone
so
is
serious.
very mad.
I'm updating the other freaking tank. Just to flirt.
I'm just that good.
People are funny. It's not that serious.
If anyone deserves to be flamed, it is me. I don't think I hit a single shot like on Anna at all from my gun. It was
You're fine. You're fine. It's
and then Junker
quick
Queen
play.
decided that she had a taste for me, and then I wasn't allowed to play the game.
As someone who played Ryan in the ancient days of yore, I can confidently assert that he does not have infinite health.
No, they said the Ryan pushes like he has infinite health.
Did they? Hold on.
Yeah.
Ryan, you push like you have infinite health. Oh, well, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm trying. What do you want me to do? Not push?
Yeah. You got one person saying you're pushing like you have infinite health, as in you're pushing too much, and then you got another person saying you don't push at all.
Yeah, I think
How's that work?
there's a problem.
Yeah.
I fear they're just jealous that I'm flirting.
I know everything.
Imagine having fun.
Imagine having fun when I'm about to ruin somebody's life by playing this hero. I'm not very good at that, right? But he's so much fun.
I'll put it all on the line.
Oh, I guess they were like 3 pre-made. They're on the enemy team now.
Oh, good. Good. I'm gonna end them. I'm gonna be Ryan, and I'm gonna end them.
Let's make the most of it.
You push like you have infinite health. I'm gonna push like I don't, and I'm gonna win. Now I get to flirt with you guys. Oh man, life is fun. Thank God we avoided you as teammate. Imagine avoiding people in PvP. Recharging. Oops.
Okay. I was gonna play Emery, but if this is their attitude.
If this is their attitude, I love you.
Anna gets no benefit from headshots. There's a perk that she can go.
You all are so cute. My barrier's down for now. Oh, my love.
That's fine. I went in a bit too far.
It's go time.
Let the kitsune got you.
Darn. It was a good slam, too. That's okay. Oh, no. So rude. Where's my hub? Uh-oh.
Your hub?
My HUD's gone.
Wait, I think that happened to Winter yesterday.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Oh, this is bad.
Press escape.
Escape?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Holy shit, that was scary.
Thanks, Winter.
Thanks.
It's the Genji, yeah, the Genji and the McCree switched to Junkrat.
Both their DPS.
And the healer too.
Yep.
Me when I get hit shots, I switch to Junkrat. That's a mid. I might have to swap. I don't think Bastion is good here anymore.
I gotta get rid of the Zen before I slam again. I guess I could just get him in the slam. Who needs a HUD when you have infinite health? Yep, I've got infinite health. Are you playing duo only? Yeah, just me and Hell. It's Wifey Wednesday.
It's go time. Pass into the iris.
Where is he? Got him.
Mercy got the res off ones. Dude, that's crazy that she can do that through the ceiling like that.
Yeah, that's rude.
Why do people play their level 80 characters in quick play? I mean, that's if people want to play their character there, they can play their character there.
Oh fuck, that's a bummer.
Oh, I can't.
We're on our way.
Come, imagine playing Minecraft. Well, you know, play a character you like, then play a character you like, you know?
Oh, bummer.
Please, I'm just healing myself. They really tried, holy shit.
Now I'm playing my
Fucking hell.
tank main.
Good work. There was just pure silence and focus there.
Yep, I don't
We
want them
locked
to
the
win.
fuck in.
Whoop. Yeah, she's got a losing one, I forgot.
Oh. Kaboom. Oh, even the Genji swapped.
What's a
That's
Genji now?
crazy.
Oh,
Reaper.
He's a Reaper. Oops. Darn.
I think she's rising.
Yep.
I got ult up soon, so does Sierra.
So does Mizuki. There is a Reaper off right, so watch for potential ult.
Into the iris.
Deploying rock unit.
There it is. Ugh. Oh, she missed him. Unfortunate.
You tease! Oh, what a tease.
Now you're gone. I realize my love for you was strong. Now you're gone.
Wait, you can switch champs mid-round? I've not played this game in so long. Yeah!
Now you're gone. You are kinder than me. I would be dropping their IP addresses in the chat.
Excellence is its own reward.
But I'm a League of Legends player at heart, so that's to be expected.
Someone said, bro, you scare me. Because I said I hope you have a flirtatious day. That's the fun part, though. Hell, it's a mind game.
Lots of them really caught at the moment. Yeah, someone got themselves chat banned, which is crazy. I realized it was a thing that could happen in this game.
Oh yeah, you can be. Accurate, you're terrifying. I'm horrifying. I hope we go up against them again. I hope. They're so fun. They're so fun to play with.
Free thinkers when they see Eichenwalde. Faint got chat banned, yes.
Traveling to
We're not against
Aw,
them.
man.
I'm on damage again.
I'm on healing. It's time for mother. Oh, you're kind of evil, huh? Only a little sometimes when people deserve it.
Who am I playing? A vendetta. I haven't played Anran in a hot minute.
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
Why'd she say it with a hard CH? Hard CH?
What?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm lost. Eichenwald?
Because it's just how I said it.
I don't even know how she said it.
Just said Eichenwald.
Eichenwald.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
All right.
I'm ready to prove my worth.
Yeah, I'm only mean and evil to people who
Oh,
deserve
that's
it.
the tank!
That sure is.
No more tank.
Come here. Not you. I'm talking to our tank. Where are they? Oh, I'm sorry. It was fading.
I like the changes
Oh my
they
God.
gave to Anran's face.
Get them away from the objective.
I'm dog shit at Ash. Like really bad at Ash.
He's
as
one
much
in a
as I
green.
tried to play her.
Ash is freaking hard. Woo!
Yeah.
Ah, she found me. I used to play lots of Moira. I love Moira. She's my girl. Mean and evil to those who deserve it? Yeah. Have you ever played or have you ever heard of Arc Raiders House?
Yeah, I have. It's an extraction, right? Shooter.
It's really fun. I was I was playing the other day and there was a person, you leave through like some kind of like an elevator usually. But it can also be like a train or what have you. I asked somebody, I said, hold the elevator, please. And they started shooting me, so I shot them back only after giving them one more chance. But I still let them go home, and I'm like, we're going home, you're welcome. And I just called the elevator. Oh, they were down, they were totally
Oh, I
dead.
can't.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. It's just you and Zen. Never mind. It's just me. Oh, you're alive!
Oh,
you're
dead! God damn. See, we're Kiki. I love Malgi. Malgi's so funny. What a guy.
Naga's very fun.
Objective lost. Stop the payload. We have to stop the payload.
No, my wife!
That's fine. I probably won't keep playing.
There's a test subject.
I don't want to play Emre.
I'll put it all on the line.
Malgi's the top 3 most hated heroes in the... Really?
Why?
I like Malgi.
Oh.
Where did Kree come from?
I don't know. He's down here somewhere. Oh no, he's a top.
Reaper. Oh man. So way back in the mines, got a pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. What is that Zenyatta skin?
Oh, damn. Minton. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh, I heard a bastion. Why me? Leave me alone! Okay. Alright.
No! You poor baby.
No, my top 3 most hated tanks have to be... Zarya for sure. Drunker Queen.
No! No!
Oh, I'm super dead.
Monkey! No! Bro.
He wants you so bad. Hi, Beaker.
What?
No, my love! I was coming.
Zenyatta, I was trying. There was a monkey in the way.
No!
Monkey.
I know you
Just
need
fucking
heals. I'm trying.
Insta tore me apart. Okay, right. I will switch. Monkey is a bit annoying, but I have something for him. Yeah, I like Emery a lot. I just can't play him very well.
No. You were eliminated by cookies. Very bad cookies.
Oh no. Monkey is coming.
It's okay. It's okay. You have a pocket. Oh,
No, I got. Oh, thank God that didn't hit me.
No! I'm coming. Take my ball.
Yes, ma'am.
Not a yes, ma'am. I don't fucking come to me. Oh, I was pissing on you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hey, CJ, sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for self-gadget. Yeah, Emery is, I think, he's got a little bit of everything, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got heavy damage output with his main, and then he's got grenades. And then he levitates in the air for his ult and scares the fuck out of you with a giant rocket launcher. I don't know how this Genji is still alive right now. Holy crap.
Thoughts and prayers.
Sorrows, prayers.
Probably shut us down, Propo shut us down. Oh, we still have like
Don't
30
stop.
seconds.
Make it pop, DJ, come on, speakers up tonight. Uh-oh. Good boy. No. I heal.
Behind me, behind me. There's a Reaper.
No! No! Sasuke!
Oh, no. It was very close.
It was very close.
I did no damage. Mada. Oh, this part.
Yeah, I don't know how he
we
lived.
just oh my fucking god.
I don't know how he lived. He was at like 20 HP for most of that.
That must have been really satisfying for him.
It's a pumpkin. Oh, he has a pumpkin skin.
Yeah, there's a pumpkin Boston skin.
Light. I know pumpkins. Just
love
like
pumpkins.
hell pumpkin.
We can be the DJ, I can be the dance floor, you could get up on me.
Yes, ma'am.
I was alive with the sound of music. Oh, to go see JLS live.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm healing again.
Oh lord, I'm damaging again. Don't worry this time.
I'm gonna pocket you, I'm gonna nano you, and you're gonna do great.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna tell the team I only DPS Ana.
No. Okay, that's fine. I thought you were gonna say I was only gonna pocket me, and then if I misperform, I'm gonna get shit flamed out of me.
No.
I'm not playing Genji.
No, I'm not gonna. No. I will
If
only
someone
put
drops
myself
50
under the
subs
bus.
in Autumn's chat, I'll play Genji.
Shut up. Don't.
And this will go smoothly.
Certainly a hog skin. I think he's shooting, getting killed from. I don't. Oh.
I haven't even been on this map since the rework. Back up, my love. Yay! Thank you, Pumpkin. 50? No.
Yes.
No.
50, 5, 0. Not 5, not 0, but 5 and 0.
Nope.
Where are we fight? I don't know where the fuck.
I don't know. Oh. Oh. Speaker, thank you for the 50 biddies. Yeah, that was it.
No, it was not it.
Totally it. That was
not what I
all
said.
used. That was honestly too much. Oh no. Go up, baby girl! I believe!
Fucking May. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Oh, baby boy.
Oh no.
Rip.
Muda. It's Mada, isn't it? I think Muda is Dio.
Reactivating host.
Cemetery Graveman, I'm a raging wolf. Excuse me?
There are 2 wolves inside him. Or them.
Fuck off, May. That's rude.
Yeah, you tell her.
Already?
Gotta go. Roadhog is friend-shaped. I love Roadhog. Oh, fuck. Rip. Yeah! Fuck you! Ah, no! Whoops!
I hate May so much. What do I say? Oh, we got on! Nice! Have all... Oh.
Rip.
Best round lost. You're powered up. Destroy them.
Thank you.
I believe in you!
0-1.
Yeah, fuck you! Aw, fuck me, exactly. My life. Just my life.
Let's see, dude. How's it
It's a
going?
circle of, yeah, fuck you, and then, aw, fuck me.
It's the circle of life. When did they nerf jetpack out? Didn't they nerf, like, cat, like, 7 million times in a row?
I think they did a couple of times.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Hold it together. We haven't lost yet.
You nerfed her this patch? No, I think they nerfed her before as well because people were complaining about it.
Uh-oh, reloading. No, Ryan!
I like the look of that. Grenade out!
Nice swap.
Where's your turret? Oh, it's there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy turrets out of position.
Why are you running away? People always run away from heals, I swear.
For the Crusaders!
Ryan, I did that to save you, you freaking dork.
Fucking Lucio got me.
There's some of them.
Oh, rip.
Go back.
Watch it. We're outnumbered.
Because you're scary? I'm very scary.
Walking down the point. Let's see how long I go.
That's my
Oh,
wife!
She just teleported on me.
Got her. I'm gonna die though.
I love the wee blaster. You got her. I almost killed the Torb before. Holy shit.
Sure,
Bob the
Autumn's
fucking
very scary.
maul.
I am very scary. You know it, Beaker. Oh no. Goodbye.
Have ult, but I don't want to use it when the tank is not here.
Oh, the tank is here. He's in, I guess.
Oh, I killed one person. This might be a loss, sadly.
Always good to stay humble.
The enemy is a turret.
Go, cat, go! Oh shit.
There's a male!
And a turret.
She fucking exploded anyway, holy shit. I walked in, I got like one tap. Resi,
Yeah, they
thank you
had
so
a
much for the
lot of
follow.
damage
Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay, and thank you for the lurk snipers. Was that though? Dude, that Junker Queen skin is so pretty.
Time for the reckoning.
Yeah, I really like her. I really like her hair in a ponytail.
Yeah.
It's very cute. And the
is pretty
tattoos too,
cute.
like the bowl is like
Yeah.
fully purple. Delicious.
Delicious.
So I fear we may be hanging out too much, and I've
Too much?
I think we're too synced.
much. What?
I think we're gonna have to move in together.
Hell yeah.
And they were roommates.
And they were roommates. Someone used to stop me from playing this guy.
Who, Emery?
Yeah.
But he's hot and fun.
He is so hot.
He's hot and fun and cute, and he's very, very strong. He's kind of hard to hit when he's ulting, too.
Unless you're me.
Select a map.
No, you're hard to hit, too. What do you mean? Ma'am?
You should ask the basement dwellers' approval before you move anyone in. I don't think so. You guys can stay down there.
Now entering King's Row.
Oh, I'm healer now.
And I'm a DPS. Rare.
I will be your pocket. I can't play Mercy, but I'll do my best.
Please don't pocket me. I'm gonna run in like I have infinite health.
That's fine. I have infinite healing.
Let's see, who to be though?
No unnecessary risks.
Yeah. So Libel's got some space available then? No. He's gonna be the third wheel in the same house. You wanna know why? I'm greedy. Dan, that's cold? No, it's greed.
This is fucking spider mouse.
Who? Oh. Spider mouse?
The fucking gerbil was... Uh oh.
The gerbil.
It was on the roof. This is honestly such a fuck-ass map to play Mercy on at the beginning, trying to run around everyone, and the fucking May just walled me off and I can't heal the rat! Oh my god. I'm infuriated. He just went around the corner when I went to go shift him, and now I'm fucking dead because I just sat there. May walled me off one way, so I went around the other way, went to go heal the rat. He went around another corner and I couldn't jump to him.
Gosh dang it, her with her freaking tracker. Oh no! I'm ill prepared.
Look, I ain't doing much of anything, so...
I'm not either.
Objective lost. Stop the pain.
Why did I fly backwards?
Alright, I need something with more... I need something with more range. Kill them. Thank you. Yeah, you better run.
I can't play this fucking champion. I really, really cannot. I can't fucking play Horatio.
You're doing so good. Whoop. Oh my god. The stupid freaking rat almost killed me.
Bring me back to the days where you could just fucking ult as Mercy and res your whole team.
Those are the days. Oh my god. The freaking 5-man res. Ah. The tiny ones are the scariest. How dare you? I'm not that short.
Ugh, she stuck me.
Reality bends to my will.
Long by the silo.
Whoop! I got stuck on top of her.
Can't have it getting worse. Hop on.
I hear you 5 foot no, I'm not 5 feet tall, Daniel.
Irrepressible.
5'3". Those inches matter.
She stuck me. Jesus wept. Not doing anything.
Rounding forth.
I'm 5'3". I'm 5'3". God freaking dang it, Daniel. Yeah.
Do not allow yourself to be rage baited by that guy.
I am rage baited every day, yeah.
My tree.
That was really rude. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I have a big laser too! Ah!
Sorry.
That's okay.
Everyone loses sometime.
You fucker, she stuck me. What a bitch.
Yeah.
Take care, Steven. My internet is struggling to stream on 160. Good. That's karma
Sorry, Daniel,
for
but
rage baiting my
redeeming.
wife.
Perfection at the height of need.
Wait, what's karma for rage baiting me? Yeah.
Daniel shite internet.
Oh, no, not the internet, yeah. sorry, Daniel, but redeeming Nyadam is a punishable offense. Yeah.
It's go time. Helden sterben nicht.
Good gravy. Yeah. I'm firing my laser, yeah. It's punishing her though, so it cancels out. Oh man, yeah.
We should fight. You're better off with me.
I can go up there too. Yeah? What do you think of that? What do you think of that? Ah, a big cheese is one. Yeah. Oh shoot, yeah. Hey, Ember. Yeah.
Not ready to overclock this yet.
Can't have it getting worse.
Stop that halo.
There's a Reaper behind.
Yep, yeah.
Life protects life.
I tried.
Big hug for large friend.
It's go time.
Find cover.
Ah, shoot, yeah. You could do it! You could do it, help, yeah!
No! I'm off the edge. Oh god.
Oh, they all got off.
Wait, what?
They
They're
all
on
got
the
off,
point.
yeah?
I'm so confused. They look like they're all on it. Okay, you know,
I know.
I'll take it. I'll fucking take it.
I don't even
Holy
know.
shit. Government mandated loss.
Oh, man.
Crazy. We're all looking ethereal as shit, and then there's just Zarya.
Huh?
We were all on that screen looking very ethereal, and then there was just Zarya. Zarya was just like wearing the I think it was just the main skin, right?
I think so. We all had some drip, that's for sure.
Just what you are, what you're trying to find, or just what you are.
I used to play that song on the Wii to play Just Dance. chat like all the time.
This was the AMV music of choice for all of the bad boys that I liked. So.
Oh my god, the AMVs.
The way
AMVs.
No,
AMVs are just called anime edits now.
What? AMVs are AMVs. Don't even. It's not what I'm used to.
Or I wonder if like AMVs are like the full song and anime edits are just like part of the song. We need to bring back AMVs. The feel of them is so unique. AMVs are very unique, yeah.
With disrespect.
We must capture this territory.
What? Am I invisible?
No. Oop.
Oh, there's two people behind me. I was definitely not invisible there. This cheated. They genuinely. The fucking. Who is it? The Echo came in and was octing God fucking knows who. And then. I killed her, and then the Anran came and walked right by me, trying to get to the point. Killed her, and then Mercy walked in. I don't know. I don't know what to say, really.
Can you imagine trying to explain this game to someone who's never touched this kind of game before? There's so much that happens.
No! I was just about to shift. Fucking watching two more monsters beat it down. Oh. We won it. We won it.
We won it.
Score 1-0.
We wanna say.
Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Reyes. I know that name. Soda 24, right?
I cannot believe the person who voices the freaking cat is the same voice actress for Bayonetta.
Meow, meow, meow.
Beware the shadows.
Bayonetta's on my list of games to play.
She's exactly who she thinks she is. They look really fun. They look like wonderfully ridiculous. Ah, dang! I almost got away. Are you planning on playing that like mouse private investigator game at all?
Yeah, probably. I've avoided spoilers of it. Why?
That too.
Yeah.
Anytime I see anything with like investigator, like detective, anything like that, I'm like, oh, I wonder if Hell's gonna play this.
That was cute.
You're cute.
The Mercy was trying to just blast her. She's the only one that noticed that was there originally.
Aw.
Wait. Wait, that's not... Wait, they...
What's that?
Oh, they changed the Reaper thing.
The what thing?
It was originally a... It was originally a... his second perk thing, where you no, I wasn't aware.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Ramatra.
I wonder if the cat wants to drop me in.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. When I fire a tracking shot, it increases my rate of speed for shooting. That's nasty. Ah, dang it.
You saved it! Holy shit! She saved it the entire time for me. Come in. Nice.
Oh.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh, sick. Wait, why did I just note this
Hello,
is Echo's
Liza.
name?
What's up?
This Echo and this Mercy's
You need to
name.
Mute for a sec. Okay, one sec, my love.
Okay.
One moment. The boy is here. He's in the home.
Fucking ball sniffer and poo toucher.
Could we break for like 5 minutes real quick? Reliable needs me to help him with something real quick.
Sure,
If that's okay.
sure. If you need to go at all, you just let me know.
No, I just gotta help him with something real quick. Like
No
five-ish minutes or something. I have to pee anyway too.
That's fine, that's fine.
But thank you so much. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll message you.
Okay.
Love you.
Okay.
Mwah.
Oh, Shadow, how's it going?
I am always ready to learn.
I haven't played Echo. Sticky bombs fly the beam. Oh. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Good job on getting your work done today. Big proud of you. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice.
Point locked. Retaining effective strategies. Dusting off.
I can't practice someone to... 6 meters? Wait, so...
Concentrating fire. Finishing them off. Knowledge is power. Focusing fire.
Oh.
I always deliver.
Wait, how do you stay, like, in the... Oh, that's how.
Never stood a chance.
I see. Freya's cool looking. I think she's really cute. You may have my number, you can take my hand, but you never have my heart. Kiregi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. The Echo skins are kind of sick. There's just so many. Whoa! Where you go, I go. She only has 2 blue skins? I see. Is this supposed to be like Star Guardian? Like, this looks like Magical Girl. That's pretty cool. This one's cool as well, holy shit. Shakira, Shakira, oh baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. My hips don't lie when the sun feels like. I can see your body moving. This one is cool. A lot of hers are just the white credits. It's crazy considering how sick they look. Oh! Oh, that's just diabolical. Oh my god, look at the jiggle. Look at this fucking little duck at the top. It's jiggling. Winter did make that skin. You're so right. Oh, what? That actually looks really good. Boy, I can see your body moving. You make a man wanna speak Spanish. Damn, those thighs. Hi, Ghost. Tonight, and my hips don't lie. I'm starting to feel it now. Gray and old. Up into the salvation. There's a mask in Sky that you can get that kind of looks like this exactly. I'm having angels instead. Through it, oh, she offers me protection. Okay, this skin is actually, look at the glitter. Damn. And down the waterfall, wherever it take me. Funny bunny. Oh dear. I'm knackered. A lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. Down the waterfall, wherever it may take me. I know that life won't break me when I come to call. She won't forsake me. Loving angels instead. I used to was obsessed with Robbie Williams. Dear. I'm sorry I've been so tired today. As the night comes around. Oh, welcome in, Kiragi. I'm so sorry. I know a fair few crow VTubers, honestly. Crows, ravens, blue jays, magpies. Met quite a few of them. Quite a few of them don't stream anymore, though. So... yeah, crows are cool. I like crows. Killing me today. How do you think I feel? I'm really tired, and seeing Autumn sleeping so peacefully over there, it makes me want to go. You know? Make sure I go stand that paint without a dolly speaker. I spent so long on that this morning. Exhausted. It's quite laborious trying to get it all sanded down, and cutting out all of that caulk was just fucking... It was so difficult. I also did a bunch of chores today as well, so... I don't know. Maybe conked out, yeah. Maybe I should have just said that we could end it here for the day. But it's okay. I don't mind playing some more. I'm having fun. I just apologize. I'm not... It's very pleasant to be watching right now. When I'm actively doing things, it's not as bad. But now, like, we're just sat here, I'm just kind of like, you know... ha! 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 Bump it. Ha! 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 Bump it louder! Bump it louder! Bump it louder! Bump it louder! Turn up the radio! What's the stereo right? Hate on us. Envy us. They're hating on us. These guys so fabulous. And we got nothing on us. SS. Contagious. Outrageous. FRESS. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. It's like you're playing a game against Ada. Damn. Bump it louder. Bump it louder. We gotta figure out our own entertainment. Should we play like I Spy or something?
I spy the cutest crow I've ever seen.
I don't even have any eyes.
What? You don't have any eyes. Good, I'll lick the eyelids. Ah.
Oh.
Num num.
Not the eyelid licking.
Yep.
Ghost.
Delicious.
Listen, you can't sit down over there and then get mad at me when I have to use my technology that is down there before you were there. Now you get evicted. And I do this every time and you never learn. But now you get evicted. You can go lay on the bed instead.
Not the eviction of the cat. Not your son.
Go.
Is all okay?
Basically,
all's okay.
He lays down, like behind my second monitor where my switch is. So I switch from my mouse and keyboard from my stream PC to my game PC and vice versa. But the problem is when I go to use it, he's like annoyed and he's like, because he's laid on it, so he's upset at me for... No, my iron brew cat.
Not the iron brew. Yeah, sorry about that. Liable just got back from a couple of things. He did some like community service stuff real quick for work, which was for a big part of the day, and then he also did some work outside. And so he was like, he like poked his little head and he's like, I'm so sorry, but could you check me for ticks? Because ticks are probably going to be pretty bad this year up here. So
thank you for not feeding them to me.
No, I would no. Only in peak.
sizzling run.
If you're hungry, if you're really hungry. Otherwise, I'm eating it. Oh, yikers, yeah. Yeah, ticks are bad. They're supposed to be really bad this year. I think they're already bad. Which sucks. But yeah, it's a valid concern.
You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies.
Because they fill the ocean air. The open air, I mean. You
No,
think
it's the
be
ocean
rude,
air
but
now.
I would just stand and stare.
I'm trying to make
Myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep.
I'm damaged again. I'm defense damage.
I'm a fucking tank. Oh no, they're gonna hate me.
I already have her level 5. That McCree level 5? No. I mean, Cassidy, sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna be... Who do you not like? I'm gonna be your least favorite tank. So you can like her for maybe a little bit. Actually, the Earth turns around at 100 or 1,040 miles per hour. That's pretty quick. That's pretty fast.
Away from here.
I feel like such an insomniac. Why do I tire a counting sheep?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend your
Oh my god, they also have a Zarya. Hooray. Oh no. Alright.
I think I just had someone's shit deflected at me.
Winton.
Maybe a different angle.
Whoop. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yuba.
I'm so incredibly useless.
You are doing fine.
Where was I?
Let's block that payload.
Like a blizzard. One more drink and do it for every piece.
Whoop.
Man, are you kidding me? This is why I hate Zarya. Her shields are so bullshit. Yeah, they just had a Nier Automata collab. Like 5 people got skins.
They still haven't seen my
There's Kiriko. Did Wu Yang get one?
Life Weaver.
Vendetta.
Vendetta. Mercy.
I'm so...
I'm not doing very well as Winston. Yeah, they did add 2B to the game. Like, yeah, like Hell said.
Kiriko is 2B. Dan's and why, of course, Kiriko got one.
I'm with you.
Well, I have my own. I would like to use it. I need Genji to use his deflect.
He's using his deflect. Deflect is done.
You know what? Worse.
Oops.
Oh. Alright, who am I switching to? I don't even know at this point. Junkrat.
Plenty of bombs to go around.
Огонь по готовности.
Fuck you. Now I get to get Zyriad.
Oh, I'm sleeping. Oh, okay.
5 minutes of defending here. Oh no.
This situation calls for more bombs. I've got us outnumbered.
Never mind.
I'm on it. Hello.
It is what it is. I should have switched like much sooner. I am not a Cassidy player.
How common are the ticks that make you unable to eat red meat? I did not tell you. I have no idea. I don't know. Is that a symptom of Lyme disease?
Limes.
Wrong type of lime.
Wiener.
Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner.
Oh my god, that Winston skin. You have that dog in you.
I did. Woof. Woof.
Gibraltar, I haven't played that in a wee bit.
The one person who wished for a Runasapi. Is game volume loud? Sorry.
Paparazzi.
It's been 3 hours and no one said that the game volume's loud.
Who do I want to play?
Who don't I play? I'm a widow main.
Whoa!
Oh, that's not cool. What that person just put in chat, but they can't. No one else can see it because it's behind my hat.
I think I found out who voted for it.
I'll decide my own fate.
5,
Holy shit.
3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Princess
is a
Ratchamel,
game.
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Something is happening.
Objective unlocked.
That blasted robot is with the enemy. Get the robots back to our barricade. They push farther than us.
Okay.
Oh man.
I'm escorting the robot.
Barricades on the move. We've almost caught up.
Oh.
Okay.
Making progress on the barricade. Chain the line. We
Oh,
managed to pull
it's-
ahead. Time shuffle is
Fuck
on.
yeah! Woo!
Yeah, go and check out Hell. She's adorable.
Who?
This cute patoot that's this over here on the other side of me. The wings.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh, stop it! Oh, she's pissed. She's so mad.
By design. I am of a higher.
That Anna just freaking.
She was very upset at you.
How this goes.
very upset.
I'm glad you like the music. It's some of the bangers. Oh, I just ate shit. But I'm
can
glad
say
you like the
hi,
model
Anna.
as well. Thank you very much.
I won't let the spirits take me.
I did make an enemy today. I fear.
Made a few of them.
Oh yeah, you know, our first game.
Yeah.
Can't live without me.
Nice to meet a patient.
The robot is in my possession. Over there.
Barricades on the
Jesus. I love you. I'm just spread love.
Making progress on the barricade.
Come say hello.
I mean, it's just one of those Overwatch days. Everyone's a bit yappy.
That was a bad omen.
The enemy has the over.
We're outnumbered, by the way.
They said I'm just having fun, so am I. I'm a healer main. I'm a healer main.
Miss me?
Oh, go back. Anna must have told Genji? Probably. Which Overwatch is this? There's only ever one. There was never an Overwatch 2.
Stop their barricade.
Let's get you all right already.
No, let her take. Let her kill me. Kill me. Get it, please.
Check.
Please. Anna. You had earned it. I can't kill her.
That was a bad omen.
Let them up.
I have taken the robot. Let's not tarry. Oh, delightful.
Huh?
Wow. I don't know.
My enemy Domina just ulted.
Execute them now.
Did it was on accident?
Where are you going?
No one can hide from my sight. We overthrow them.
Protect us, Kikai!
Deploy a sword unit.
Sick.
Nice. I was trying to melee each of you. I was so close. You were. I was coming to meet you. Oh man.
That's my wife.
That is me for some reason. Ah, man.
I always hit my mark.
Overwatch 2 was such a fevered dream that Blizzard forgot about it. They locked in after Marvel Rivals came out, though. Which they needed that. What'd you get? What'd you get in your box?
Garbage.
Aw. That's also what I got.
Absolute garbage.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Shake that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm shuffling.
boop 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 boop. You can't see it, but I'm throwing it back in the chair.
I believe it. Circuit Royale.
Welcome to Circuit Royale.
Stop. Satan's bad. Wait.
Lily von Arx fashions herself Europe's premier real estate mogul, but she's getting on in years. It would be a shame if she... No, perish the thought.
Just letting y'all know. Wait, yo, I had some toxic ass teammates last game. I'll try my best, but my mental is fucked.
I
just like...
eat grass, don't worry.
I'm in tin rank in comp. No problem. No worries.
Do I just have to roleplay the cat? Like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, cat walked across the keyboard. No! My cat
I went
is
to
dead,
save
my
the...
little kitten.
I was trying to save the replay.
Uh-oh.
I will carry him when he
Uh-oh.
has you.
Problem. Big problem.
Oh no, they have that guy.
Hazard?
Yeah.
Liable can't hear his accent in his game because he has it all set to French. So I've told Liable, like, it was relatively
Tear it down!
Tear it
That's
down!
what it sounds
Like, I told Liable, I'm like, yeah, he has an accent. And he's like, what is this accent? And so I had to tell him it's a Scottish accent. He's like, really? I said, yeah. And so I have taken it upon myself to badly imitate some of his voice lines. So like, tear it down! What else is there? Damn Urbo, is I am Urbo. Oh, right. I'm gonna try to hear his line. Oh, I've got nothing.
Tactical visor activated.
Pass into the iris.
The best defense? Stabbing. There's another one. I'll like say it out loud while we're playing. Always gets a giggle.
Oh my god.
Hit it down!
down! I should switch from cat. I don't even think there's any point in me using my own.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are. Irrepressible.
Eat it down.
That should do it. The air calls. Stay
Let's see, what characters are in Hero of the Storm 2? It's Anna,
Anna, Diva,
May, Ryan.
Zarya. Wait, in Heroes of the Storm?
Yeah.
Reinhardt is not in
Rein-
Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, is he not? Oh.
No.
Hanzo, I think? Oh yeah, Hanzo.
Genji, Tracer. May. I don't know who's been named or not.
I have never played. I've only seen you play.
Junkrat. Oh yeah, Junkrat is in Overwatch as well.
Uh-oh. Where is he? Hit it down! Lucio's in Heroes of the Storm.
Roadhog only is a Stitches skin. Well, yeah, but Roadhog is not then. Because then you could say Widowmaker, but only as a Nova skin, and then it just gets a bit complicated.
Ah, shoot. I got kicked. You just have to hold it for almost 5 minutes.
Perfection at the height of need. มองไปจะสายลง
Into the iris.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I'm running.
Tactical visor activated.
Uh-oh.
I got fucking insta-ulted by
Larry.
Larry.
I'm here. Rip. That was a lot of you guys being dead. We were just taking a little break.
Huh?
A lot of us died really fast.
I know.
We're just tired.
Oh, I thought I'd done something here, but unfortunately he killed the platform.
It's okay.
Is he
You
gonna
were
save you
close,
guys?
That's my wife. That's my wife. Look at her. Look at her with her pointy ears. I'm not biased. Look at her. Look at her. She's fabulous.
Winner.
Yeah. No. Someone, I won't name who, Gem, made me say that everyone's pee-pee was small today.
Oh.
You said wiener, and then I thought of wiener. I just remembered that happened today. So ridiculous.
Now traveling to Busan.
What do you have planned for the rest of your day today, Hal?
It's 11:15. Not much.
What do you have planned for the rest of your night today? Sorry.
You're fine. What about yourself?
I might have to go to the store
I have decided to learn them all.
for dinner stuff. Other than that, oh, they're just playing video games. Degenning.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Hell.
Something is going on in the chat.
With yours?
No, the all chat.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I've been ignoring it because I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to say you're such a good girl. That was all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hanzo upright. Being a little stinker.
Genji.
Oh yeah, Genji. Frickin' sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just worried.
Genji, not Hanzo.
I was distracted. I was confused. You said Hanzo, and I was like, I hear Genji noises. Did they have a Hanzo and a Genji? But I was like actively shooting at a soldier.
Both of them
so.
scare me because they give out a lot of damage to me. And they're brothers.
Whoa, the shield got me.
Redeploying.
Time for the reckoning.
Aw, dang it.
I've got you in my sights.
Nice job.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
That guy's probably got ult soon.
Genji, probably.
Oh, just got shit rocked by Zenyatta.
Zen is low-key a flanking DPS.
Scary.
They'll regret that.
Straight fire.
Nice.
That's the stuff.
Good work.
Best round.
Maybe he doesn't have ult.
Score 1-0.
Oh, fun fact, I didn't realize until recently when people type that they mean good round and they're not growling at you.
GR?
Yeah.
It's nice being on home turf.
GR means good round.
Yeah, but I thought they were growling at me. I was like, why is everyone growling all the time? This is so weird.
I mean,
As does
to be honest, like the gaming community would totally do that. They would so do that. Growl in anger.
Capture the objective.
Or with like a yeah, get hacked. I hear you.
You're lucky that my aim is just as worse as yours, Kiriko.
Yeah, I can't aim with Kiri.
Grr. Yeah, exactly. Grr.
I'm still standing. I'm still fighting.
Owie.
Time for a thunder
Yeah!
Redeploying.
A lot of damage.
I've got you in my sights.
Go, Hell, go! Yeah, you got him!
Cool.
That's better.
God help the auto aim. Aimbot OP for real.
You can't beat me.
Nice.
Push forward now.
Victory.
Whee!
Play of the game.
Oh, it's me.
It's my wife!
What'd I do?
That's my wife! Look at her go. Look at her go. Yeah. Look at her. She's cool. She's so freaking cool. She did the spray. She did the spray to shit on him. She did the spray.
Was the game that poor that was the play of the game?
Vote for my wife. Vote for my wife.
What the fuck?
Phenomenal.
Thank you.
You even knew it was the best because you sprayed.
I spray ever. If I get more than one kill, I always spray.
Oh, you have to lie.
Every time. Every single time. Without fail. I am probably going to call it there for the day though, if that's okay. I am
That
pretty,
is 100%
pretty tired and we got to play a lot, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course. But of course.
But thank you for joining me for some Overwatch. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
It
thank you
was
for
really
having
nice.
me. I love playing
Anytime.
Overwatch with you.
Anytime.
I love playing games with you. I
Yeah,
love
it's
watching paint
super-
dry with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, next week we're watching paint dry. I hope you guys are there. Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah. But next Wednesday we're watching paint dry.
110%. It'll be the best. It'll be incredible.
I'm sure it will be phenomenal.
Mhm.
But no, it was very fun today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I don't know if you have anyone in particular you would like to raid out into today, or
That is a phenomenal question. There's always so many people live. So it's always hard to pick. Well, there's this really cute patoot named the X ___ hell ___ X. She's pretty freaking cute. We could go there.
shush you.
I think a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, I am lagging. I absolutely am. I need to sort out the fact that it wants to update Windows, and I don't want it to update Windows because it eats my CPU, but it does not care.
What about? What about? There's so many wonderful people. Let's see. There's Cammy. There's Callie Coy. There's Maddie. Who do you think?
I don't mind. I will go wherever. What are they playing?
Cammy is yapping and chilling. Callie is playing Bloodborne, and Maddie is playing Tomodachi Life.
Oh, Tomodachi Life.
Let's go say hi to Maddie then.
Okay.
You were talking about that today earlier. Tomodachi Life.
I want to play it so badly.
I hope we kiss on your island.
Could you send me the channel name, please?
Yes, of course. I
Thank
love
you.
her. I love Maddie. She's so sweet. She is so sweet. Boop. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I know that
too.
you have been recovering after working so hard. So hard during your donathon. You freaking crushed it. I'm honestly shocked that you're... I'm shocked that you didn't take a longer break. Oh, man.
A lot of people were, apparently. But, no, I'm fine. We're chilling. I'm glad to be back and doing Wife Wednesday with you. It makes me super happy. Sorry,
I
I've been
mean,
so
I am
sleepy
too.
today.
I'm very selfish. But at the same time, I always want you to feel good.
Be selfish.
Well, I also selfishly want you to feel good all the time. So if you ever need to take breaks, don't ever feel, you know.
I'm staring at the
like you
camera like
can't-
Jim Halpert. Of course I'm feeling good playing games with you. What are you talking about, lady?
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Just saying. And I have so much fun with you. Shut up.
I have so much fun with you too. You are
But
a
yeah,
joy.
thank you again very much for playing with me today and playing this in particular. Hopefully we can play some Baldur's Gate next week.
Baldur's Gate, or we do have to finish
Oh, the spy game too. Yeah, Operation Tango.
Yeah. Either or.
We can see what we're feeling like, but
Or Phasmophobia, or
yeah.
whatever. Whatever we're vibing with that
Absolutely.
day.
I will let you get off and do your pre-raid shenanigans and stuff, but I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, my love.
You too. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. You too. Give your forehead kisses for me if you can. Like kiss your fingers and then like slap your forehead.
I'm just gonna take my lips and stretch them.
Yeah, that also could work. It might hurt a little bit and you might have to go see a doctor. But that could
that'll be fine.
potentially work.
It's all good. I got this.
Oh man. I love you. Go take good care of yourself. Go have a good night. Have good sleeps. Have good dreams.
I love you too.
I'll talk to you super soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
I'll miss you. I miss you already. Okay. Love you. Mwah.
Mwah. All right. Okay. Goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye. Oh, she left. I always feel so awkward leaving. It always feels a bit awkward leaving. I love Autumn. Please go check Autumn out. I had lots of fun with her today. It was very sweet of her to play this with me because I'm so tired. I'm really sorry. So I don't think that Baldur's Gate would have been probably particularly fun with me being like this. But that being said, we are gonna go and raid out. Thank you for the subcat check, Drew. We're gonna go say hello to Maddie. Maddie is playing some Tomodachi Life at the moment, so that's who we're gonna go say hello to. Now, I don't have a raid message. I don't usually do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask them how they're doing. I'm sure they'd really appreciate it. Just be on your best behavior, please, and thank you. Now, I have every intention of streaming tomorrow because we're going to be doing some teardown with Phantomy, but if anything changes, I will let you know ahead of time in the Discord. Hopefully, I will not be as tired. I'll try and take it easier. It's probably because I just did all that work before a stream and I kind of knew this was going to happen anyway. I'll have to find a balance somehow. But thank you so much for your patience with me today, despite my sleepy manner. I really appreciate it. Your company was very lovely, as always. And I did have lots of fun with Recoin, with League, and with Overwatch. So yeah, thank you so much for that. You guys are pretty cool. Thank you to my chatters, thank you to my lurkers, thank you to anyone that came by in the raid today and decided to stick around and give me a chance. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. But for now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever as you are. Please take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay? Alright.